Some years ago, I had just given a talk on television in Canada when one of the announcers came up to me and said, "You know, if one can believe that this universe is in charge of an intelligent and beneficent God, don't you think he would naturally have provided us with an infallible guide to behavior and to the truth about the universe?" And of course I knew he meant the Bible. I said, "No, I think nothing of the kind, because I think a loving God would not do something to his children that would rot their brains. Because if we had an infallible guide, we would never think for ourselves, and therefore our minds would become atrophied. It is as if my grandfather had left me $1 million. I'm glad he didn't." And we have therefore to begin any discussion of the meaning of the life and teaching of Jesus with a look at this thorny question of authority, and especially the authority of Holy Scripture. Because in this country in particular, there are an enormous number of people who seem to believe that the Bible descended from heaven with an angel in the year 1611, which was when the so-called King James, or more correctly authorized version of the Bible, was translated into English. I had a crazy uncle who believed that every word of the Bible was literally true, including the marginal notes. And so whatever date it said in the marginal notes that the world was created in 4004 BC, and he believed it as the Word of God. Until one day he was reading, I think, a passage in the book of Proverbs, and found a naughty word in the Bible. And from that time on he was through with it. You know, how Protestant can you get? Now, the question of authority needs to be understood, because I am not going to claim any authority in what I say to you, except the authority, such as it is, of history. And that's a pretty uncertain authority. But from my point of view, the four Gospels are, I think, to be regarded on the whole as historical documents. I'll even grant the miracles, because speaking as one heavily influenced by Buddhism, we're not very impressed by miracles. The traditions of Asia, Hindu, Buddhist, Taoist, and so forth, are full of miraculous stories, and we take them in our stride. We don't think that there are any sign of anything in particular except psychic power. And we in the West have, by scientific technology, accomplished things of a very startling nature. We could blow up the whole planet, and Tibetan magicians have never promised to do anything like that. And I'm really a little scared of the growing interest in psychic power, because that's what I call psychotechnics. And we've made such a mess of things with ordinary techniques that heaven only knows what we might do if we got hold of psychotechnics and started raising people from the dead and prolonging life insufferably and doing everything we wished. I mean, the whole answer to the story of miracles is simply imagine that you're God and that you can have anything you want. Well, you'd have it for quite a long time. And then after a while, you say, this is getting pretty dull, because I know in advance everything that's going to happen. And so you would wish for a surprise. And you would find yourself this evening in this church as a human being. So, I mean, that is the miracle thing. I think miracles are probably possible. That doesn't bother me. And as a matter of fact, when you read the writings of the early fathers of the church, the great theologians like St. Clement, Gregory of Nyssa, St. John of Damascus, even Thomas Aquinas, they're not interested in the historicity of the Bible. They take that sort of for granted, but forget it. They're interested in its deeper meaning. And therefore they always interpret all the tales like Jonah and the whale. They don't bother even to doubt whether Jonah was or was not swallowed by a whale or other big fish. But they see in the story of Jonah and the whale a prefiguration of the resurrection of Christ. And then even when it comes to the resurrection of Christ, they're not worrying about the chemistry or the physics of a risen body. What they're interested in is that the idea of the resurrection of the body has something to say about the meaning of the physical body in the eyes of God. That the physical body, in other words, is not something worthless and unspiritual, but something which is an object of the divine love. And so, therefore, I'm not going to be concerned with whether or not miraculous events happened. It seems to me entirely beside the point. So I regard the four Gospels as, on the whole, as good a historical document as anything else we have from that period, including the Gospel of St. John. And that's important. It used to be fashionable to regard the Gospel of St. John as late. In other words, at the turn of the century, the higher critics of the New Testament assigned the Gospel of St. John to about 125 AD. And the reason was just simple. Those higher critics at that time just assumed that the simple teachings of Jesus could not possibly have included any such complicated mystical theology. And therefore they said, well, it must be later. Now, as a matter of fact, in the text of the Gospel of St. John, the local color, his knowledge of the topography of Jerusalem, and his knowledge of the Jewish calendar is more accurate than that of the other three writers, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And it seems to me perfectly simple to assume that John recorded the inner teaching which he gave to his disciples, and that Matthew, Mark, and Luke record the more exoteric teaching which he gave to people at large. Now, what about then the authority of these scriptures? We could take this problem in two steps. A lot of people don't know how we got the Bible at all. We Westerners got the Bible thanks to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church and members of the Church wrote the books of the New Testament. And they took over the books of the Old Testament, which even by the time of Christ had not been finally decided upon by the Jews. The Jews did not close the canon of the Old Testament until the year 100 AD, or thereabouts, at the Synod of Jamnia. And then they finally decided which were the canonical books of the Hebrew Scriptures, and embodied them in the Masoretic text, the earliest copy of which dates from the 10th century, early in the 10th century, AD. The books to be included in the New Testament were not finally decided upon until the year 382 AD again, at the Synod of Rome under Pope Damasus. So it was the Church, the Catholic Church, that promulgated the Bible and said, we are giving you these scriptures on our authority and by the authority of the informal tradition that has existed among us from the beginning, inspired by the Holy Spirit. So you receive historically the Bible on the Church's say-so. And the Catholic Church insists, therefore, that the Church collectively, speaking under the presumed guidance of the Holy Spirit, has the authority to interpret the Bible. And you can take that or leave it. Because obviously, the authority of the Bible is not, first of all, based on the Bible itself. I can write a Bible and state within that book that it is indeed the Word of God which I have received. And you're at liberty to believe me or not. Hindus believe that the Vedas are divinely revealed and inspired with just as much fervor as any Christian or any Jew. Muslims believe that the Quran is divinely inspired. And some Buddhists believe that their sutras are also of divine, or rather a Buddhic origin. The Japanese believe that the ancient texts of Shinto are likewise of divine origin. And who is to be judge? If we are going to argue about this, as to which version of the truth is the correct one, we will always end up in an argument in which the judge and the advocate are the same person. And you wouldn't want that if you were brought into a court of law, would you? Because if I say that, well, thinking it all over, I find that Jesus Christ is the greatest being who ever came onto this earth, by what standards do I judge? Why, obviously, I judge by the sort of moral standards that have been given to me as somebody brought up in a Christian culture. There is nobody impartial who can decide between all the religions, because more or less everybody has been, in one way or another, influenced by one of them. So if the church says the Bible is true, it finally comes down to you. Are you going to believe the church or aren't you? If nobody believes the church, it will be perfectly plain, won't it, that the church has no authority. Because the people is always the source of authority. That's why de Tocqueville said that a people gets what government it deserves. And so you may say, well, God himself is the authority. Well, how are we to show that? That's your opinion. Well, you say, well, you wait and see. The day of judgment is coming, and then you'll find out who's the authority. Yes, but at the moment, there is no evidence for the day of judgment. And it remains, until there is evidence, simply your opinion that the day of judgment is coming. And there is nothing else to go on, except the opinion of other people who hold the same view and whose opinions you bought. So really, I won't deny anybody's right to hold these opinions. You may indeed believe that the Bible is literally true and that it was actually dictated by God to Moses and the prophets and the apostles. That may be your opinion, and you are at liberty to hold it. I don't agree with you. I do believe, on the other hand, that there is a sense in which the Bible is divinely inspired. But I mean by inspiration something utterly different from dictation. Receiving a dictated message from an omniscient authority. I think inspiration comes very seldom in words. In fact, almost all the words written down by automatic writing from a psychic input that I've ever read strike me as a bit thin. When a psychic begins to try and write of deep mysteries, instead of telling you what your sickness is or who your grandmother was, he begins to get superficial. And psychically communicated philosophy is never as interesting as philosophy carefully thought out. But divine inspiration isn't that kind of communication. Divine inspiration is, for example, to feel, for reasons that you can't really understand, that you love people. Divine inspiration is a wisdom which it's very difficult to put into words. Like mystical experience. That's divine inspiration. And a person who writes out of that experience could be said to be divinely inspired. Or it might come through dreams, through archetypal messages from the collective unconscious, through which the Holy Spirit could be said to work. But since inspiration always comes through a human vehicle, it is liable to be distorted by that vehicle. In other words, I'm talking to you through a sound system. And it's the only one now available. Now, if there's something wrong with this sound system, whatever truths I might utter to you will be distorted. My voice will be distorted. And you might mistake the meaning of what I said. Now, so therefore, everybody who receives divine inspiration, and I'm using that in a very loose way, You can mean anything you like by divine, that's your option. But anybody who receives it will express it within the limits of what language he knows. And by language here, I don't only mean English, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, or Sanskrit. I mean language in the sense of what sort of terms are available to you. What kind of religion were you brought up with? Now you see, if you were brought up in the Bible Belt, you came out of Arkansas somewhere, and that's all the religion you knew, and you had a mystical experience of the type where you suddenly discover that you are one with God, then you're liable to get up and say, I'm Jesus Christ. And lots of people do. Well, the culture that we live in just can't allow that. There's only one Jesus Christ. And sort of you don't look like you were Jesus Christ coming back again, because it's said in the scriptures that when he comes back, there'll be no doubt about it. He'll appear in the heavens with legions of angels, and you're not doing that. You're just old Joe Dokes that we knew years ago, and now you say you're Jesus Christ. Well, he says that when Jesus Christ said he was God, nobody believed him, and you don't believe again. You know, you can't answer that argument. But you see, he says it that way because he is trying to express what happened to him in terms of a religious language which is circumscribed by the Holy Bible. He's never read the Upanishads. He's never read the Diamond Sutra. He's never read the Tibetan Book of the Dead or the I Ching or the Lao Tzu. And therefore, there is no other way in which he can say this. But if he had read the Upanishads, he would have had no difficulty, and nor would the culture, the society in which he was talking, have any difficulty. Because it says in the Upanishads, we are all incarnations of God. Only they don't mean by the word God, in fact they don't use that word, they use Brahman. They don't mean the same thing that a Hebrew meant by God. Because the Brahman is not personal. Brahman is, we would say, suprapersonal, not impersonal, because that is a negation. But I would say suprapersonal. Brahman is not he or she, has no sex. Brahman is not the creator of the world, as something underneath and subject to Brahman, but the actor of the world, the player of all the parts, so that everyone is a mask, which is the meaning of the word person, in which the Brahman plays a role. And like an absorbed actor, the divine spirit gets so absorbed in playing the role as to become it, and to be bewitched. And this is all part of the game, into believing I am that role. When you were babies, you knew who you were. Psychoanalysts refer to that as the oceanic feeling. They don't really like it, but they admit that it exists, where the baby cannot distinguish between the world and the way it acts upon the world. It's all one process, which is, of course, the way things are. But we learn very quickly because we're taught very quickly what is you and what is not you. What is voluntary, what is involuntary, because you can be punished for the voluntary but not for the involuntary. And so we unlearn what we knew in the beginning. And in the course of life, if we're fortunate, we discover again what we really are, that each one of us is what would be called in Arabic or Hebrew a son of God. And the word son of means of the nature of, as when you call someone a son of a bitch. Or in Arabic you say Ebedi Kelb, which means son of a dog, Ebedi El Homar, son of a donkey. So, the son of Belial means an evil person. Son of God means a divine person. Human being who has realized union with God. Now my assumption, my opinion, is that Jesus of Nazareth was a human being, like Buddha, like Sri Ramakrishna, like Ramana Maharshi, etc., who early in life had a colossal experience of what we call cosmic consciousness. Now, you don't have to be any particular kind of religion to get this experience. It can hit anyone, anytime, like falling in love. There are obviously a number of you in this building who've had it, in greater or lesser degree. But it's found all over the world. And when it hits you, you know it. Sometimes it comes after long practice of meditations and spiritual discipline. Sometimes it comes for no reason that anybody can determine. We say it's the grace of God. But there comes this overwhelming conviction that you have mistaken your identity. That what you thought, what I thought was just old Alan Watts, who I know very well is just a big act and a show. But what I thought was in the, me, was only completely superficial. That I am an expression of an eternal something or other. X. A name that can't be named, as the name of God was taboo among the Hebrews. I am. And that I suddenly understand why, exactly why everything is the way it is. It's perfectly clear. Furthermore, I feel no longer any boundary between what I do and what happens to me. I feel that everything that's going on is my doing, just as my breathing is. Is your breathing voluntary or involuntary? Do you do it or does it happen to you? So you can feel it both ways. But you feel everything like breathing. And it isn't as if you had become a puppet. There is no longer any separate you. There is just this great happening going on. And if you have the name in your background, you will say, this happening is God, or the will of God, or the doing of God. Or if you don't have that word in your background, you will say with the Chinese, it is the flowing of the Tao. Or if you're a Hindu, you will say it is the Maya of Brahman. The Maya means the magical power, the creative illusion, the play. So you can very well understand how people to whom this happens feel genuinely inspired. Because very often there goes along with it an extremely warm feeling. Because you see the divine in everybody else's eyes. When Kabir, a great Hindu Muslim mystic, was a very old man, he used to look around at people and say, to whom shall I preach? Because he saw the beloved in all eyes. And could see, sometimes I look into people's eyes, and I can look right down, and I can see that beloved in the depths of those pools. And yet the expression on the face is saying, what, me? It's the funniest thing. But there is everybody, in his own peculiar way, playing out an essential part in this colossal cosmic drama. And it's so strange that one can even feel it in people you thoroughly dislike. So, let's suppose then that Jesus had such an experience. And they're of all ranges, as I said. This could be a very, very strong one indeed. And from the sayings of Jesus, especially in the Gospel of St. John, anybody who's studied the psychology of religion can easily detect that that experience must have taken place, or something very like it. But, you see, Jesus has a limitation. That he doesn't know of any religion other than those of the immediate Near East. He might know something about Egyptian religion, a little bit maybe about Greek religion, but mostly about Hebrew. There is no evidence whatsoever that he knew anything about India or China. And people who think, Jesus was God, assume that he must have known because he would have been omniscient. No. St. Paul makes it perfectly clear in the epistle to the Philippians that Jesus renounced his divine powers so as to be man. So let's suppose then that Jesus had such an experience. But, you see, Jesus has a limitation. That he doesn't know of any religion other than those of the immediate Near East. He might know something about Egyptian religion, a little bit maybe about Greek religion, but mostly about Hebrew. There is no evidence whatsoever that he knew anything about India or China. And people who think, Jesus was God, assume that he must have known because he would have been omniscient. No. St. Paul makes it perfectly clear in the epistle to the Philippians that Jesus renounced his divine powers so as to be man. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought not equality with God a thing to be hung on to, but humbled himself and made himself of no reputation, and was found in fashion as a man, and became obedient to death. Theologians call that kenosis, which means self-emptying. So, obviously, an omnipotent and omniscient man would not really be a man. So even if you take the very orthodox Catholic doctrine of the nature of Christ, that he was both true God and true man, you must say that for true God to be united with true man, true God has to make a voluntary renunciation, for the time being, of omniscience and omnipotence, and omnipresence for that matter. Now therefore, if Jesus were to come right out and say, I am the Son of God, that's like saying I'm the boss's son. Or I am the boss. And everybody immediately says that is blasphemy. That is subversion. That is trying to introduce democracy into the kingdom of heaven. That is, you are a usurper of the throne. No man has seen God. Now, Jesus, in his exoteric teaching, as recorded in the Synoptic Gospels, was pretty cagey about this. He didn't come right out there and say, I and the Father are one. Instead, he identified himself with the Messiah described in the second part of the prophet Isaiah. The suffering servant who was despised and rejected of men. And this man is the non-political Messiah, in other words. It was convenient to make that identification, even though it would get him into trouble. But to his elect disciples, as recorded in St. John, he came right out and said, "Before Abraham was, I am. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the living bread that comes down from heaven. I and the Father are one, and he who has seen me has seen the Father." And there can be no mistaking that language. So the Jews found out, and they put him to death, or had him put to death, for blasphemy. This is no cause for any special antagonism to the Jews. We would do exactly the same thing. It's always done. It happened to one of the great Sufi mystics in Persia, who had the same experience. Now what happened? The apostles didn't quite get the point. They were awed by the miracles of Jesus. They worshipped him as people do worship gurus. And it's, you know, to what lengths that can go if you've been around guru land. And so the Christian said, okay, Jesus of Nazareth was the Son of God, but let it stop right there. Nobody else. So what happened was that Jesus was pedestalized. He was put in a position that was safely upstairs, so that his troublesome experience of cosmic consciousness would not come and cause other people to be a nuisance. And those who have had this experience and expressed it during those times when the church had political power were almost invariably persecuted. Gordiano Bruno was burnt at the stake. John Scotus Erigena was excommunicated. Meister Eckhart's theses were condemned, and so on and so on. A few mystics got away with it because they used cautious language. But you see what happens. If you pedestalize Jesus, you strangle the gospel at birth. And it has been the tradition in both the Catholic Church and in Protestantism to pass off what I will call an emasculated gospel. Gospel means good news. And I cannot for the life of me think what is the good news about the gospel as ordinarily handed down. Because look here. Here is the revelation of God in Christ, in Jesus. And we are supposed to follow his life and example without having the unique advantage of being the boss's son. Now, the tradition, both Catholic and Protestant fundamentalist, represents Jesus to us as a freak, born of a virgin, knowing he is the Son of God, having the power of miracles, knowing that basically it's impossible to kill him, that he's going to rise again in the end. And we are asked to take up our cross and follow him when we don't know that about ourselves at all. So what happens is this. We are delivered, therefore, a gospel which is in fact an impossible religion. It's impossible to follow the way of Christ. All right. Many a Christian has admitted it. I'm a miserable sinner. I fall far short of the example of Christ. But do you realize, the more you say that, the better you are. Because what happened was that Christianity institutionalized guilt as a virtue. You see, you can never come up to it. Never. And therefore, you will always be aware of your shortcomings. And so the more shortcomings you feel, the more, in other words, you are aware of the vast abyss between Christ and yourself. You will have your opportunity to speak in the question period, madam. So, you go to confession. And if you've got a nice, dear, understanding confessor, he won't get angry with you. He'll say, my child, you know you've sinned very grievously, but you must realize that the love of God and of our Lord is infinite, and that naturally you are forgiven. As a token of thanksgiving, say 3 Hail Marys. And you know you've committed a murder and robbed a bank and fornicated around and so on. And the priest is perfectly patient and quiet. Well, you feel awful. Think, I have done that? To the love of God, I have wounded Jesus, grieved the Holy Spirit, and so on. But you know in the back of your mind that you're going to do it all over again. You won't be able to help yourself. You'll try, but there's always a greater and greater sense of guilt. Now, the lady objected that I was putting up a straw man and knocking it down. This is the Christianity of most people. Now, there is a much more subtle Christianity of the theologians, the mystics, and the philosophers. But it's not what gets preached from the pulpit. Grant you. But the message of Billy Graham is approximately what I've given you. And of all, what I will call fundamentalist forms of Catholicism and Protestantism. What would the real gospel be? The real good news is not simply that Jesus of Nazareth was the Son of God, but that he was a powerful Son of God who came to open everybody's eyes to the fact that you are too. And this is perfectly plain. If you will go to the 10th chapter of St. John, verse 30, there is the passage where Jesus says, I and the Father are one. And there are some people who are not intimate disciples around, and they're horrified. And they immediately pick up stones to stone him. He says, many good works I have shown you from the Father, and for which of these do you stone me? And they said, for a good work we stone you not, but for blasphemy, because you being a man make yourself God. And he replied, isn't it written in your law, I have said you are gods? He's quoting the 82nd Psalm. Is it not written in your law, I have said you are gods? If God called then those to whom he gave his word gods, and you can't deny the scriptures, how can you say I blaspheme? Because I said I am a son of God. Well, there's the whole thing in a nutshell. Because if you read the King James Bible that descended with the angel, you will see in italics in front of these words Son of God, the Son of God, because I said I am the Son of God. And most people think that the italics are for emphasis. They're not. The italics indicate words interpolated by the translators. You will not find that in the Greek. The Greek says a son of God. So it seems to me here perfectly plain that Jesus got it in the back of his mind that this isn't something peculiar to himself. So when he says, I am the way, no man comes to the Father but by me, this I am, this me, is the divine in us, which in Hebrew would be called the Ruach Adonai. There's a great deal made of this by the esoteric Jews, the Kabbalists and the Hasidim. The Ruach is the breath which God breathed into the nostrils of Adam. It is differing from the soul. The individual soul in Hebrew is called nephesh. And so we translate the Ruach into the Greek pneuma and the nephesh into psyche or psyche. The spirit, and you ask a theologian what's the difference between the soul and the spirit, and he won't be able to tell you. But it's very clear in St. Paul's writings. So the point is that the Ruach is the divine in the creature, by virtue of which we are sons of, or of the nature of God. Manifestations of the divine. This discovery is the gospel. That is the good news. But this has been perpetually repressed throughout the history of Western religion, because all Western religions have taken the form of celestial monarchies and therefore have discouraged democracy in the kingdom of heaven. Until, as a consequence of the teaching of the German and Flemish mystics in the 15th century, there began to be such movements as the Anabaptists, the Brothers of the Free Spirit, and the Levelers and the Quakers. A spiritual movement which came to this country and founded a republic. And not a monarchy. And how could you say that a republic is the best form of government if you think that the universe is a monarchy? Obviously, if God is top on a monarchy, monarchy is the best form of government. But you see, ever so many citizens of this republic think they ought to believe that the universe is a monarchy. And therefore they are always at odds with the republic. It is from principally white, racist Christians that we have the threat of fascism in this country. Because, you see, they have a religion which is militant, which is not the religion of Jesus, which was the realization of divine sonship, but the religion about Jesus, which pedestalizes him, and which says only this man, of all the sons of woman, was divine, and you had better recognize it. And so it speaks of itself as the church militant, the onward Christian soldiers marching us to war. Utterly exclusive, convinced in advance of examining the doctrines of any other religion that is the top religion. And so it becomes a freak religion, just as it has made a freak of Jesus, an unnatural man. It claims uniqueness, not realizing that what it does teach would be far more credible if it were truly Catholic, that is to say, restated again the truths which have been known from time immemorial, which have appeared in all the great cultures of the world. But even very liberal Protestants still want to say, somehow, so as I suppose to keep the mission effort going, or to pay off the mortgage. Yes, these other religions are very good. God has no doubt revealed himself through Buddha and Lao Tzu. But now, obviously, it is a matter of temperament. You can be loyal to Jesus, just as you're loyal to your own country. But you are not serving your country if you think that it's necessarily the best of all possible countries. That is doing a disservice to your country. It is refusing to be critical where criticism is proper. So of religion. Every religion should be self-critical. Otherwise, it soon degenerates into a self-righteous hypocrisy. If then we can see this, that Jesus speaks not from the situation of a historical deus ex machina, a kind of weird, extraordinary event, but he is a voice which joins with other voices that have said in every place and time, wake up, man, wake up, and realize who you are. Now, I don't think, you see, until churches get with that they're going to have very much relevance. You see, popular Protestantism and popular Catholicism will tell you nothing about mystical religion. The message of the preacher, 52 Sundays a year, is, dear people, be good. We've heard it ad nauseam. Or believe in this. He may occasionally give a sermon on what happens after death or the nature of God, but basically the sermon is be good. But how? As St. Paul said, to will is present with me, but how to do that which is good I find not, for the good that I would that I do not, and the evil that I would not that I do. How are we going to be changed? Obviously, there cannot be a vitality of religion without vital religious experience. And that's something much more than emoting over singing Onward Christian Soldiers. But you see, what happens in our ecclesiastical goings-on is that we run a talking shop. We pray. We tell God what to do or give advice, as if he didn't know. We read the scriptures. And remember, talking of the Bible, Jesus said, you search the scriptures daily, for in them you think you have life. St. Paul made some rather funny references about the spirit which giveth life and the letter which kills. I think the Bible ought to be ceremoniously and reverently burned every Easter. We need it no more because the Spirit is with us. It's a dangerous book. And to worship it is, of course, a far more dangerous idolatry than bowing down to images of wood and stone. Because nobody in his senses can confuse a wooden image with God, but you can very easily confuse a set of ideas with God, because concepts are more rarefied and abstract. So with this endless talking in church, we can preach, but by and large preaching does nothing but excite a sense of anxiety and guilt. And you can't love out of that. No scolding, no rational demonstration of the right way to behave is going to inspire people with love. Something else must happen. Well, we'll say, what are we going to do about it? Do about it. You have no faith? Be quiet. Even Quakers aren't quiet. They sit in meeting and think. At least some of them do. But supposing we are really quiet, we don't think. Be absolutely silent through and through. We say, well, you'll just fall into a blank. Oh, ever tried? I feel then, you see, that it's enormously important that churches stop being talking shops. They become centers of contemplation. What is contemplation? Contemplum. It's what you do in the temple. You don't come to the temple to chatter. But to be still and know that I am God. And this is why, if the Christian religion, if the gospel of Christ is to mean anything at all, instead of just being one of the forgotten religions, along with Osiris and Mithra, we must see Christ as the great mystic. In the proper sense of the word mystic, not someone who has all sorts of magical powers and understands spirits and so on. A mystic, strictly speaking, is one who realizes union with God by whatever name. This seems to me the crux and message of the gospel, summed up in the prayer of Jesus, which St. John records, as he speaks over his disciples, praying that they may be one, even as you, Father, and I are one, that they may be all one. All realize this divine sonship, or oneness, basic identity with the eternal energy of the universe and the love that moves the sun and other stars. The general title of these talks that I'm giving here is Mind Over Mind. And I'm going into all the various problems which have to do with the control of the mind.
Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết, bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ.
Why is grace given to some and not to others? If I cannot follow the will of God by my own effort because my will is selfish, how will my will, which is selfish, be
Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết, bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ. Yeah, yeah,
people who live evil lives and do not get grace because they are not predestined to it out of the infinite wisdom of the Godhead, then God himself must be held responsible for their evil deeds. And so,
phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. bài thơ hay nhớ
One who abandons that desire
yeah,
attains
yeah,
nirvana, which is supreme peace, liberation. Nirvana means in Sanskrit, blow out. That is, exhale the breath. The opposite, desire, is to breathe in. Now, if you breathe in and hold it, you lose your breath. But if you breathe out, it comes back to you. So the principle here is, if you want life, don't cling to it. Let go. But the problem is, if I desire not to desire, is that not already desire? How can I desire not to desire? How can I surrender myself when myself is precisely an urge to hold on, to cling to life, to continue to survive? I can see rationally that by clinging to myself I may strangle myself. I may be like a person who has a bad habit, as a result of which he is committing suicide. And he knows that, but can't give it up, because the means of death are so sweet. So it all comes down to this basic question, that human beings have for a long, long time been concerned about transforming their minds. Is there any way in which one's mind can be transformed? Or is it simply a process which is nothing more than a vicious circle? I could ask, why have you come here this afternoon? What were you looking for? Would it be too presumptuous of me to say that you were looking for help? That you hoped you would hear somebody who had something to say that would be of help and relevance to you as members of a world which is running into the most intense difficulty. A world beset by a complex of problems, any one of which would be bad enough. But when you add together all the great political, social, and ecological problems with which we are faced, they are appalling. And one naturally says, the reason why we are in such a mess is not simply that we have wrong systems for doing things, whether they be technological, political, or religious, but we have the wrong people. The systems may be all right, but they are in the wrong hands because we are all, in various ways, self-seeking, lacking in wisdom, lacking in courage, afraid of death, afraid of pain, unwilling really to cooperate with others, unwilling to be open to others. And we all think that's too bad. It's me that's wrong. And if only I could be the right person. Is this man going to tell me something that will help me to change myself so that I will be a more creative and cooperative member of the human race? I would like to improve. So in so many people's minds and from so many different angles, there is this urgent feeling that I must improve me. And this is critically important because it's obvious that, at least it's superficially obvious, that the way things are, we are going to hell fast. Now, in this question, can I improve me? There is the obvious difficulty that if I am in need of improvement, The person who's going to do the improving is the one who needs to be improved. And there immediately we have a vicious circle. All right. Do you want grace? Well, ask God. Maybe he'll give it to you. And the theologian will tell you, yes, God gives his grace freely. He gives it to all because he loves all. It's here like the air. All you have to do is receive it. Or a more orthodox, a Catholic Christian would say, all you have to do is to be baptized, to take the holy sacrament of the altar, the bread and wine, the body and blood of Christ, and there is the grace right there. And it's given by these simple physical means so that it's very easily and readily available. Well, a lot of people got baptized, and it doesn't always take. People fall from grace. Why do that? You see, we're just talking about the same old problem, but we've put it a step up. But it's the same problem. How can I improve myself? Was the first problem. The second problem is, how can I accept grace? They're both the same problem. Because you've got to make a move which will put yourself out of your own control into the control of a better. If you don't believe in the Christian kind of a God, you can believe in the Hindu kind of a God, who is your inner self. You see, you've got a lower self, which you can call your ego. That's that little scoundrelous fellow that's always out for me. But behind the ego, there is the Atman, the inner self, the inward light, as Quakers would call it, the real self, the spirit, which is substantially identical with God. So you've got to meditate in such a way that you identify with your higher self. Now, how do you do that? Well, you start by watching all your thoughts very carefully, watching your feelings, watching your emotions, so that you begin to build up a sense of separation between the watcher and what is watched, so that you are, as it were, no longer carried away by your own stream of consciousness. You remain the witness, impassively, impartially, suspending judgment and watching it all go on. That seems to be something like progress. At least you're taking an objective view of what is going on. You are beginning to be in a position to control it. But just wait a minute. Who is this self behind the self, the watching self? Can you watch that one? It's interesting if you do, because you find out, of course, that this is just as the problem of grace is nothing more than a transposition of the first problem. How am I to be unselfish? By my own power. It becomes, how am I to get grace by my own power? So, in the same way, we find that the watching self, or the observing self, behind all our thoughts and feelings, is itself a thought. That is to say, when the police enter a house in which there are thieves, the thieves go up from the ground floor to the first floor. When the police arrive on the first floor, the thieves have gone up to the second, and so to the third, and finally out to the roof. And so when the ego is about to be unmasked, it immediately identifies with the higher self. It goes up a level. Because the religious game is simply a refined and highbrow version of the ordinary game. How can I outwit me? How can I one-up me? So, if I find, for example, that in the quest for pleasure, the ordinary pleasures of the world, food, sex, power, possessions, all this becomes a drag, And I think, no, it isn't there. So I go in for the arts and literature, poetry, music. And I absorb myself in those pleasures. And after a while, they aren't the answer. So I go to psychoanalysis, you see. And then I found out that's not the answer. I go to religion. But I'm still seeking what I was seeking when I wanted candy bars. I want to get that goodie. Only I see now that, of course, it's not going to be a material goodie. All material goodies fall apart. But maybe there's a spiritual goodie that's not going to fall apart. But in that quest, the quest is not different from the quest for the candy bar. Same old story, only you've refined the candy bar and made it abstract and holy and blessed and so on. So it is with the higher self. The higher self's your old ego. And you sure hope it is eternal, indestructible and all-wise. But then the great problem is how to get that higher self working. How does it make any difference to what you do and what you think? I know all kinds of people who've got this higher self going, practicing their yoga, but they're just like ordinary people, sometimes a little worse. And they can fool themselves. They can say, for example, well, my point of view in religion is very liberal. I believe that all religions have divine revelation in them, but I don't understand the way you people fight about it. You fight and say that we Jehovah's Witnesses have the real religion. Others say, well, we Roman Catholics have it. And the Muslims say, no, it is in the Quran. And this is the right way. And somebody else gets up, and he may be a rather highbrow Catholic, and say, well, God has given the Spirit through all the traditions, but ours is the most refined and mature. And then somebody comes along and says, well, as I said, they're all equally revelations of the divine. And in seeing this, of course, I'm much more tolerant than you are. You see how that game is going to work? See, I could take this position, supposing you regard me as some sort of a guru. And you know how gurus hate each other. They're always putting each other down. And I could say, well, I don't put other gurus down. See, that outwits all of them. See, we're always doing that. We're always finding a way to be one up. And by the most incredibly subtle means. So you see that, you see? Then you say, I realize I'm always doing that. Now tell me, how do I not do that? I say, why do you want to know? Well, I'd be better that way. Yeah, but why do you want to be better? You see, the reason you want to be better is the reason why you aren't. Shall I put it like that? We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. On the basis of kindly let me help you or you'll drown, said the monkey, putting the fish safely up a tree. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody, except perhaps the Australian Aborigines. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political styles, our democracy. You better be democratic, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. See, because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? How do you know what's good for you? If you say you want to improve, then you ought to know what's good for you. But obviously you don't, because if you did, you would be improved. So we don't know. It's like the problem of geneticists, which they face today. I went to a meeting of geneticists not so long ago where they gathered in a group of philosophers and theologians and said, now look here, we need help. We now are on the verge of figuring out how to breed any kind of human character we would want to have. We can give you saints, philosophers, scientists, great politicians, anything you want. Just tell us, what kind of human beings ought we to breed? So I said, how will those of us who are genetically unregenerate make up our minds what genetically generate people might be? Because I'm afraid very much that our selection of virtues may not work. It may be like, for example, this new kind of high-yield grain which is made, and which is becoming ecologically destructive. When we interfere with the processes of nature and breed efficient plants and efficient animals, there's always some way in which we have to pay for it. And I can well see that eugenically produced human beings might be dreadful. We could have a plague of virtuous people. Do you realize that? Any animal considered in itself is virtuous. It does its thing. But in crowds, they're awful. Like a crowd of ants or locusts on the rampage. They're all perfectly good animals, but there's just too much. I could imagine a perfectly pestiferous mass of 1 million saints. So I said to these people, look, there's the only thing you can do. Just be sure that a vast variety of human beings is maintained. Don't, please, breed us down to a few excellent types. Excellent for what? We never know how circumstances are going to change, and how our need for different kinds of people changes. At one time, we may need very individualistic and aggressive people. At another time, we may need very cooperative, team-working people. At another time, we may need people who are full of interest in dexterous manipulation of the external world. At another time, we may need people who explore into their own psychology and are introspective. There is no knowing. But the more varieties and the more skills we have, obviously, the better. So you see, here again, the problem comes out in genetics. We do not really know how to interfere with the way the world is. The way the world actually is an enormously complex, interrelated organism. The same problem arises in medicine because the body is a very complexly interrelated organism. And if you look at the body in a superficial way, you may see there's something wrong with it. It's chickenpox. And there's spots that itch that come out all over the place. Well, you might say, well, spots are there, cut them off. So you kill the bug. Well, then you find you've got real problems. Because you have to introduce some bugs to kill the bug. It's like bringing rabbits into Australia. And that starts going all over the place and getting out of hand. But then you think, well, now wait a minute. It wasn't the bugs in the blood. There are bugs all over the place. What was wrong with this person that his blood system suddenly became vulnerable to those particular bugs? His resistance wasn't up. Therefore, what you should have given him was not an antibiotic, but vitamins. Okay, so we're going to build up his resistance. But resistance to what? You may build up resistance to this and this and this class of bugs, but then there's another one that loves that situation and comes right in. See, we always look at the human being medically in bits and pieces because we have heart specialists, lung specialists, bone specialists, nerve specialists, and so on. And they each see the human being from their point of view. There are a few generalists, but they realize the human body is so complicated that no one mind can understand it. And furthermore, supposing we do succeed in healing all these people of their diseases, what do we then do about the population problem? I mean, we've stopped cholera, the black bubonic plague, we're getting the better of tuberculosis, we may fix cancer and heart disease. Then what will people die of? Well, let us go on living. There'll be enormous quantities of us. Then we have to fix this birth thing. Pills for everybody. Then we find, what are the effects, the side effects of those pills? What are the psychological effects upon men and women of not breeding children in the usual way? We don't know. And what seems a good thing today, or yesterday, like DDT, turns out tomorrow to have been a disaster. What seemed in the moral and spiritual sphere, too, like great virtues in times past, are easily seen today as hideous evils. Let's take, for example, the Inquisition. In its own day, among Catholics, the Holy Inquisition was regarded as we today regard the practice of psychiatry. You see, you feel that in curing a person of cancer, almost anything is justified. The most complex operations, the most weird surgery, people suspended for days and days on end on the end of tubes with X-ray penetration, burning, or people undergoing shock treatment, people locked in the colorless, monotonous corridors of mental institutions. In all good faith, they knew that witchcraft and heresy were terrible things, awful plagues, imperiling people's souls forever and ever. So any means were justified to cure people of heresy. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtuous, and therefore is not virtue. Translated in more of a periphrastic way, the highest virtue is not conscious of itself as virtue, and therefore really is virtue. Lower virtue is so self-conscious that it's not virtue. In other words, when you breathe, you don't congratulate yourself on being virtuous. But breathing is a great virtue. It's living. When you come out with beautiful eyes, blue or brown or green as the case may be, you don't congratulate yourself for having grown one of the most fabulous jewels on earth. So it's just eyes, and you don't account it a virtue to see, to entertain the miracles of color and form. You say, oh, that's just... But that's real virtue. Virtue in the sense, the old sense of the word, as strength, as when we talk about the healing virtue of a plant. That's real virtue. But the other virtues are stuck on. They're ersatz, they're imitation virtues. And they usually create trouble. Because more diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. And be assured that everybody of whatever nationality or political frame of mind or religion always goes to war with a sense of complete rightness. The other side is the devil. Our opponents, whether in China or Russia or Vietnam, have the same feeling of righteousness about what they're doing as we have on our side. And a plague on both houses, because, as Confucius said, the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue, which is the form of our own proverb. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, in a way, the moral, or the immoral, of these considerations is that if you are really aware of your own inner workings, you will realize there's nothing you can do to improve yourself, because you don't know what better is, in any case. And you, who will do the improving, are the one who needs to be improved. And this also goes for society. We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? The best forms of government that have ever existed in the world are those which muddled through, where they didn't have any very clear setup of control, but they muddled along. A kind of what I'll call controlled anarchy seems to work out better than anything else. When we have a great system and great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. It makes no difference whether it be Chairman Mao or Adolf Hitler. So, what instead, therefore, if we see that you can't outwit yourself, you can't be, shall I say, unself-conscious on purpose. You can't be designedly spontaneous, and you cannot be genuinely loving by intending to love. Either you love someone or you don't. If you pretend to love a person, you deceive them and build up reasons for resentment. So you say, well, I ought to be honest. That's the beginning of, so many lies you can't imagine. It's like when I hear a lot said about love, the big love thing on the way. Everybody's got to love everybody. Everybody sings songs about love. Do you know what I do? I buy a gun and bar my door, because I know there's a storm of hypocrisy brewing. So let's look at this thing from another point of view, which you will at first think highly depressing. Let's supposing we can't do anything to change ourselves. Suppose we're stuck with it. Now that is the worst thing an American audience can hear. There's no way of improving yourself, because every kind of culture in this country is dedicated to self-improvement. To say jogging, that deplorable practice. It's a very nice thing to run and to go dancing across the hills at a fast speed. These joggers, shaking their bones, rattling their brains, running on their heels. And because there's a grimness about it, it's determinately good for you. See? Why do you go to school? There's only one reason for going to school. And that is that somebody's got something here, whether it's a professor or a library, that you want to find out. That you are incredibly interested in. How to write Chinese characters, or how to understand botany. And you would like to know. You're just interested in flowers. And you would like to find out everything there is to be known about them. That's the point of coming here. Or you might like to know how to practice yoga. There are courses now being offered at UCLA on Kundalini Yoga for credit. Pretty funny when I think back 10 years. But the whole point of coming to school is that you're interested in something. You don't come to improve yourself. But the trouble is that the schools got the wrong idea. They gave people honors for learning. And the reward for studying French should be the ability to speak French and enjoy reading French and having fun with French people. But when you get a degree for it, then the degree becomes the point in a game of one-upmanship. And of course, one-upmanship is the main business of the educational community today. You learn all the rules of how to be a good professor. It's instructive to go to a professional professor's meeting. In my field, which is philosophy, you go to a congress of philosophers, and you'll find when they all get together in the bar or in the restaurant in somebody's room, the one thing they don't talk about is philosophy. It is very bad form indeed to show interest in philosophy among your colleagues. The same is exactly true in clergy gatherings. They don't talk about religion. What they both talk about is politics, church politics and academic politics, because it's bad form to be brilliant on a faculty, because it outclasses your colleagues. Therefore, faculty people tend to cultivate a studied mediocrity. And you've got to watch out for that. I mean, if you get mobs of students coming to your lectures, you get pretty black looks from your colleagues. And then, of course, there's a whole world of one-upmanship in research and publication of learned papers. What's the relative quantity of footnotes to basic text and footnotes on footnotes, and the various ways of making your bibliography painfully accurate. And it's endless. But you see what it is? It's scholarship about scholarship and not scholarship. Just as learning, because learning is good for you, is irrelevant to learning. The whole idea of improving yourself by learning is irrelevant to the learning process. And in the same way, doing business is doing business. Doing business, such as manufacturing clothes, is a very good thing to do. I could conceive that it would be extremely enjoyable, something one could be very proud of, to make good clothes. Of course, you need to sell them because you need to eat. But to make clothes to make money raises another question. Because then your interest is not in making clothes, it's in making money, and then you're going to cheat on the clothes. And then you get an awful lot of money and you don't know what to do with it. You can't eat 10 roasts of beef in one day. Can't live in 6 houses at once. Can't drive 3 Rolls Royces at the same time. What are you to do? Well, you can just go make more money. You put your money back, invest it in something else, and it'll make more. You don't give a damn how it's made, so long as they make it. We don't care if they foul the rivers, put oil fumes throughout the air everywhere, kill off all the fish. So not, so long as you see these figures happening. You're not aware of anything else. So, you see, you went out to do a self-improvement thing. Making money, you see, is a measure of improvement, a measure of your economic worthwhileness. Or at least that's what it's supposed to be. It isn't anything of the kind. But you went out, in other words, for the status instead of for the actuality. So if, in other words, you do an art, you're a musician. Why do you play music? The only reason for playing music is to enjoy it. If you play music to impress an audience, to read about yourself in the newspaper, you're not interested in music. So in the same way, why do I come and talk to you? Because I enjoy it. I like the sound of my own voice. I'm interested in what I'm talking about, and I get paid for it. And that's smart in this life, is to get paid for what you enjoy. So here's the situation, you see. There is no, the whole idea of self-improvement is a will-o'-the-wisp and a hoax. That's not what it's about. Let's begin where we are. What happens if you know beyond any shadow of doubt that there is nothing you can do to be better? Well, it's kind of a relief, isn't it? Now, you say, well, now what will I do? See, there's a little fidget comes up. Because we're so used to making things better, leave the world a better place than when you found it, sort of thing. I want to be of service to other people, and all these dreadfully hazy ideas. And so we think, there's that little itch still. But supposing instead of that, seeing that there isn't really anything we can do to improve ourselves or to improve the world, if we realize that that is so, it gives us a breather in the course of which we may simply watch what is going on. Watch what happens. Nobody ever does this, you know. And therefore, it sounds terribly simple. It sounds so simple that it looks as if it isn't worth doing. Have you ever just watched? Watch what's happening. And watch what you are doing by way of reaction to it. Just watch it happen. And don't be in a hurry to think you know what it is. In other words, people look at say, well, that's the external world. Oh, how do you know? The whole thing, from a neurological point of view, is happening in your head. That you think there is something outside the skull is a notion in your nervous system. There may or may not be, but it's a notion in your nervous system. You think this is the material world. Well, that's somebody's philosophical idea. Or maybe you think it's spiritual. That too is somebody's philosophical idea. This real world is not spiritual. It is not material. The real world is simply so could we look at things in that way? Without, as it were, fixing labels and names and gradations and judgments on everything, but watch what happens. Watch what we do. Now, you see, if you do that, you do at least give yourself a chance. And it may be that when you are in this way freed from busybodiness and being out to improve everything, that your own nature will begin to take care of itself. Because you're not getting in the way of yourself all the time. You will begin to find out that the great things that you do are really happenings. For example, no great genius can explain how he does it. Yes, he said, I have learned a technique to express myself. Because I had something in me that had to come out, I had to know how to give it out. So if I were a musician, I had to learn how music is produced. That means learning to use an instrument or learning a technique of musical notation or whatever it may be. If I want to describe something, I have to learn a language so that others can understand me. I need a technique. But then beyond that, I'm afraid I can't tell you how it was that I used that technique to express this mysterious thing I wanted to show you. If we could tell people that, we would have schools where we would infallibly train musical geniuses, scientific miracle minds. And there would be so many of them. We wouldn't know what to do with them. Geniuses would be a dime a dozen. And then we would say, well, these people are, after all, not very ingenious. You know, PhDs, how many of them are there? Because what is fascinating always about genius is the fellow does something we can't understand. He surprises us. But you see, just in the same way, we cannot understand our own brains. Neurology knows relatively little about the brain, which is only to say that the brain is a lot smarter than neurology. Yes, there is this, which can perform all these extraordinary intellectual and cultural miracles. But we don't know how we did it. But we did. We didn't have some campaign to have an improved brain over the monkeys or whatever may be our ancestors. It happened. And all growth, you see, is fundamentally something that happens. But for it to happen, two things are important. And the first is, as I said, you must have the technical ability to express what happens. And secondly, you must get out of your own way. But right at the bottom of the whole problem of control is, how am I to get out of my own way? And if I showed you a system, let's all practice getting out of our own way, it would turn into another form of self-improvement. See, here's the dynamics of this thing. And we find this problem, you see, repeatedly throughout the entire history of human spirituality. In the phraseology of Zen Buddhism, you cannot get this by thinking. You cannot attain to it by not thinking. It is only, you see, as getting out of your own way ceases to be a matter of choice, when you see that there's nothing else for you to do. When you see, in other words, that doing something about your situation is not going to help you. When you see equally that trying not to do anything about it is not going to help you. Where are you? Where do you stand? You're nonplussed. And you are simply reduced to watching. Now you may say, I need some help in this process, and therefore I am going to find someone else to help me. It may be a therapist. It may be a clergyman. It may be a guru. It may be any kind of person who teaches a technique of self-improvement. Now, how will you know whether this person is able to teach you? How can you judge, for example, whether a psychotherapist is effective or just a charlatan? How can you judge whether a guru is himself spiritually wise or merely a good chatterbox? Well, of course, you ask your friends, You ask his other students or patients, and they're all, of course, enthusiastic. You have to be enthusiastic when you bought something expensive. If you bought an automobile which turned out to be a lemon, it's very difficult to admit that it was a lemon and that you were fooled. And it's the same when you buy a religion or an expensive operation. But what people do not sufficiently realize is that when you pick an authority, whether it's a psychotherapeutic one or a religious one, you chose it. In other words, that this fellow or this book or this system is the right one is your opinion. And how are you competent to judge? After all, if you're saying to this other person or other source, I think you are the authority, that's your opinion. So you cannot really judge whether an authority is a sound authority unless you yourself are a sound authority. Otherwise, you may just be being fooled. You may say, for example, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God. All right, that's your opinion. I know the Bible says it's the Word of God, but it's your opinion that the Bible is not lying. The church says the Bible is the Word of God, but it's your opinion that the church is right. You cannot escape from that situation. It's your opinion. So you see, when you select an authority who will help you to improve yourself, it's like hiring the police out of your tax money and putting them in charge of seeing that you obey the law. I mean, can't you take care of yourselves? I mean, is this the land of the free and the home of the brave, or isn't it? But you see, nobody seems to want to be in charge of themselves because they feel they can't do it. As St. Paul said, to will is present with me, but how to do good I find not. For the good that I would, I do not, and the evil that I would not, that I do. So, there at once, we are in difficulty. Because trying to improve yourself is like trying to lift yourself up into the air by tugging at your own bootstraps. And it can't be done. Now, there are all sorts of ways in which religious people try to explain that it can be done. I referred already to the grace of God. And say, no, you can't do the job yourself, because the improving you is the one that needs to be improved. Therefore, you have to say, God, help me. Now, of course, that God exists is your opinion. That God will answer your prayer is your opinion. And your idea of God is your idea of God. If you bought somebody else's script, you bought it. Maybe your mother and father talked to you about God in a very impressive way. But basically, you bought their idea. And if you're a father yourself, I'm a grandfather now. I've got 5 grandchildren. And I know I'm as stupid as my own grandfather must have been. Yeah, I am one. I sit there in the position which they look at. They go, oh, wowee, that's an important man. So I hope my children are not believing things on my authority, because it's always their authority. If I look impressive and make big noises at them, they've just been taken in.
Yeah, yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah 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 yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm. Hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em, phút nhẹ lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. No, yeah yeah. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. No, yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết. Bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. No, yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết. Bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. No, yeah yeah. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. No, yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết. chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah 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 yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết, bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết, bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Yeah yeah. Yeah yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thắm thiết, bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi, vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah yeah, em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhất. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah, yeah. Em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ. Yeah, 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 yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thơm thiết. Bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah, yeah. Em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ. Yeah, 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 yeah. Giữa cuộc đời em chỉ cần có anh, cái nhìn đầu đã đượm màu thơm thiết. Bởi chút duyên ân từ trong sâu thẳm, hay anh giống điều gần gũi trong em. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah, yeah. Em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ. Yeah, yeah. Phút nghe lòng anh vui vui tự hỏi, nhưng thấy cần chỉ giải thích rạch ròi. Vì khi tim anh mãi đã có em, và anh cũng nhận lòng anh rồi đó. Yeah, yeah. Em đã tặng anh bài thơ hay nhớ. Yeah, yeah.
By giving a brief resume of the second session that was held yesterday afternoon. As you remember, I had started out in the very beginning of the seminar to give you an outline of the Hindu mythology of the nature of the universe. And then I went on in the second session to give an outline of the equivalent Christian mythology, which to some extent includes the Hebrew. And we saw that it had certain very, very distinctive and important features. First of all, that whereas in the Hindu world view, The creation is the dismemberment, the voluntary dismemberment of the Creator. In the Christian and the Hebrew worldview, what is dismembered is not the Creator. The Creator remains eternally separate from the creation, and I explained it by the analogy, which indeed is the biblical analogy, of manufacture, pottery specifically. Adam is formed out of the clay, and so whereas the Hindu will say tattvam asi, that art thou, where that means the ultimate that, the which than which there is no whicher, a Christian is told every Ash Wednesday, remember, O man, that dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return. Except that by the grace of God, and only by the grace of God, there may be salvation. May be. So the tremendously important feature upon which the whole of the Christian worldview is based is, you could call it really 3 points, and they are all to do with distinctions. The eternal distinction of the Creator from the creature, of God from man. The eternal distinction of good and evil. These do not resolve themselves into an opposite. The devil is malice, but his malice is overruled. It is not a case of Persian dualism, as between Ormuzd, the principle of light, and Ahriman, the principle of darkness. The malice of the devil is always under the control of the divine. It is allowed because freedom is allowed. But if freedom gets out of hand, in the end it is overruled, and the devil is consigned everlastingly to the torments of hell with all his angels and the human beings he has managed to pervert. Except that by the grace of God, and only by the grace of God, there may be salvation. May be. So the tremendously important feature upon which the whole of the Christian worldview is based is, you could call it really 3 points, and they are all to do with distinctions. The eternal distinction of the Creator from the creature. So that distinction between good and evil is a very important, firm feature of Christianity. It's a completely serious distinction. That is to say, the God is not acting his part, and the devil is not acting his part. They really mean it. And the third principle is an equally eternal distinction between persons. Just as you and I are not God, so by the same measure you and I are not each other. We are all distinct, and we are all important in the eyes of God, on the principle that just as a sparrow doesn't fall to the ground without the Father in heaven being aware of it, that means that every sparrow is important. So, to a much greater measure, every human being is important, immeasurably important, in the eyes of the Godhead. And so, this constitutes, as it were, the basic distinction, the basic feature of all the theistic religions, of Judaism in the first place, of Christianity in the second, and Islam in the third. Then I went on to explain, and in a sort of outline, the fact that Christianity consists, above all things, of a story. The story of the fall of the angels, followed by the fall of man, a perversion of the substance of the universe, that is to say, a perversion of the very clay from which all things are made, so that it has, as it were, a flaw or fault in it. I tried to show what the fall really consists in so far as man is concerned, which is pride. The original sin is not, as some people suppose, sexual intercourse. It is pride. It is taking the control of the world into one's own hands instead of being spontaneous, instead of simply trusting and acting like we suppose the animals to act and we suppose children to act on impulse. Once you start controlling, you are in the position of the sorcerer's apprentice.
You've got to go on. And so we now witness mankind frantically endeavoring to control the amazing things that result from his technology and from his cleverness. The atomic bombs, the population explosion, the erosion of the soil, the proliferation of smog, the falling of the water table, the messing up of all bacteriological entities by penicillin, and heaven only knows what. And we are fighting to control that, you see. And we are learning the lesson at last. So that was the fall. And then I went on to try and describe the most difficult part of Christianity, which is what it means to say that the world is saved by Jesus Christ. And you hear some preacher hold forth about Jesus saves. Are you saved, brother? And we are saved by the blood of the Lamb, by the crucifixion of Christ on the cross. All this is sheer gobbledygook to most people. They haven't the faintest idea what it means, and nor have the preachers. But they think, you know, like a man like Billy Graham, who goes around with this and moves huge audiences. But he never explains what it is. He just says, believe it, and then you'll find it changes your behavior. But you see, if you're blessed or cursed with a critical intellect, you just can't swallow that. It just won't do. So then, I tried to explain the doctrine of the incarnation, that is, the idea that in the historical appearance of Jesus Christ in the world, God became man. That is to say, the divine united itself with the human and with all the aspects of human life, with its birth, with its problems, with its suffering, and finally with its death. And so this union achieved a new start for the human race. And therefore, through the gift, as it were, of love or grace or union with God to the human race, everybody is enabled to appropriate that gift. But you see, the gift is given to your substance and not to your person. That's the distinction I underlined. In Christian terminology, the person means the ego, the will. And the substance is, as it were, the stuff out of which you're made, as pots are made of clay. All right, so the substance has now been rendered flawless. But it's up to you to appropriate that flawlessness by a voluntary act. And here's the nub. The nub is how, under the former problem for the Jew, under the dispensation of the law and the prophets, was how am I to acquire a pure heart? How am I to obey the law in pureness of heart? To have, to use Jeremiah's phrase, the law written in my inward parts. How am I to do that? And everybody who knows himself through and through finds out that he can't do that. He can't be spontaneous on purpose. And so, in Christianity, the same problem arises again in a far more crucial form. It says, you can obey the law. You can be a saint if you've got the power and the grace of God. Now, how do you get that? Well, you have to believe in Jesus Christ. You have to believe that all this is true, that God really did become man in Jesus Christ, and you've got to believe that. So you ask yourself, do I really believe it? And you think, you know, there's something uncertain about this, like St. Augustine's prayer, Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief. You see? And so there's always this little worm at the center of things, where you know and become conscious of a certain element of irreducible rascality in you that lies at the very core of the will. And the question is, how do you will to abandon your will? You see? That's the problem. You must try not to try. You must freely give up your freedom. So in the words of the prayer, God, in knowledge of whom standeth our eternal life, whose service is perfect freedom. In the original Latin, whom to know is to live, whom to serve is to reign. R-E-I-G-N. So there is the puzzle of Christianity. Furthermore, we must remember that it's a terribly serious religion. There never was. Whereas the Hinduism views the whole world as the play, the sport, the leela of the divine. In the West, the world is serious. It is a tragic view. If it's a dramatic view at all, it's a tragic drama. Whereas the Eastern view is it's a comedy. Although it's curious, isn't it, that Dante could write the Divine Comedy? Because somewhere, you see, you can't get round it. That if the notation of life, if the meaning of life is fundamentally tragic, God's a washout. So there is the idea, really, in a kind of esoteric strain of the Christian tradition. Dante brings it out, you see. When he heard the Song of the Angels, he said this sounded like the laughter of the universe. And all those angels in heaven get around the throne of God, and they sing Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia forever. And everybody, every child who goes to church thinks, oh, what a drag. You mean we've got to go up there and, like a church service forever, sing Alleluia around the throne? But you see, the preachers don't get it across, because they don't swing. They don't realize that this word Alleluia is a kind of a dance word. It's like it's like scat singing, where all the meaning goes out of the language, and it's just rhythm. It's just sheer exuberance. And Dante makes this quite plain, that these angels surrounding God have found it. They found the point. And there's no need for anything else, and the point has no point beyond being the point. It doesn't serve any end beyond itself. It's it. You're there. You've arrived, and they just go out of their minds. And so that is really what even the most orthodox Christianity is after, if you will press the preacher and get him to follow the logic of his own belief. Now, when we put Christianity, as I showed you, inside the context of Hinduism, and this is something that is happening simply by virtue of the spread of communications. Before we had steamships, let alone jet aircraft, we thought that the world around the Mediterranean was the only civilized world. Indeed, there were some extremely remote people called the Chinese who were supposed to be highly civilized, but they might as well have been on some other planet. But as our communication system has spread beyond the Mediterranean, it is perfectly inevitable that our culture and our religions have to exist in the context of others. And the very fact that this happens automatically changes their meaning whether you like it or not, just as the context of words changes the meaning of the individual words. So we then see that Christianity is now operating. It is in fact happening. This is not something I'm discussing as a quaint theory of something that ought to happen. It's something that is happening. Christianity and Christians, with their particular beliefs and their particular points of view, are waking up to find themselves surrounded by very different peoples, also civilized, who have rather different points of view. Well, what's going to happen? What difference does it make? So then I'm putting Christianity in the context of Hinduism to make a special case, to give a specific example of the sort of thing that would happen. I'm not saying that it is going to happen just like this. I'm trying to indicate general directions. So then, the Hindu looks at Christianity and he says, good heavens, isn't that amazing? For here, in the many, many forms of being which the Supreme Self, the Brahman, plays at being, here comes the Christian. The Christian soul. This is a new identity which the dancer of the universe is playing. And he's playing as far out as he can get. He is dancing, not dancing. He is playing that he's not God at all and never was. And that he absolutely not that. Don't you dare claim any kinship with the Father. He created you out of nothing. You are not begotten. You are made. The Son, the Logos, is begotten, you see. The creature is made and can be a son of God by adoption only. The whole human race is orphaned. And God is the Father by adopting, you see. So the Hindu would say, look at that. And what's more, this orphan is now adopted, but goodness, what conditions. Once you become adopted, you become responsible for making that choice between the good and evil. And if you choose the evil, you are lost forever. Absolutely lost, and you won't just be annihilated. You'll spend all the endless cycles of time in excruciating and ineffable agony. You will exist bodily as well as spiritually. You'll be devoured by ever-renewed worms and consumed by fires that will penetrate to the inmost centers of your nerves. You should hear the theologians describe it. If you look at my book, The Two Hands of God, I've got quotes in there from a great, very sophisticated German theologian, Matthias Schaben, who was one of the great horror writers of all time, because he describes hell in the most sophisticated philosophical language. That's something that the ordinary preacher doesn't do, like Jonathan Edwards describing a sinner in the hands of an angry God. He'll use just ordinary vivid imagery. But Schaben goes into philosophical categories. I mean, he makes this so horrendous because he is obviously such a great intellectual, describing the reality of physical torments as well as spiritual torments in hell. So you see the predicament that the Christian soul is faced with. So the Hindu looks at that, you see, and says, that is something. Here, the action, the big act, is so good that the actor himself is totally taken in by his part. It's as if Hamlet actually slew Polonius on the stage. The actor of Hamlet actually slew the actor of Polonius, you see. The drama is out of hand. But the Hindu knows it will recover because it's all right. Don't worry, you know. It's okay, there's a doctor in the house. And but from his point of view, you see, he sees this as a very remarkable religion. But now once we've looked at it that way, we've let the cat out of the bag, haven't we? Once you look at it that way, you can never go back to being an ordinary Christian. You know, you've seen that there is a twinkle in the Father's eye. And when he says, dresses himself up in his official robes, puts on his beard and his panoplies of spiritual war, and all the angels gather around, and he says, thou shalt love me, and all these conditions, and you shall, and this and that and the other. You look him in the eye. Of course, the angels are supposed to veil their faces. Of course they don't look God in the eye, because that would give the show away. But there's a hymn which ends up with the aspiration, prostrate before thy throne to lie, and gaze on thee. You think what an interesting rubber neck you have to do that. So, anyway, the thing is, you see, if you look in the eye of God, you notice there's a twinkle in it. Because if he is a God as a true father is always like this. The father says to the child, look now, you've got to stay in that playpen. Because the child is getting big enough to get out, and then you don't know if you're going to get into the gas stove and the electric light system or something. And eventually the child climbs out of the playpen. He's been told, you must stay in it. But the father is a little bit angry, but at the same time he's pleased because it means the child is growing up. Well, so in the same way, there must be a twinkle in the father's eye, just as I explained to you, there is always a twinkle in the guru's eye. Because the guru knows who you are, even if you claim that you don't. The guru knows you are the supreme Brahman in disguise, or Shiva, or whatever aspect you want to assume. And you're in disguise, and you won't admit it. It's like in forms of certain psychoanalytical gambits. One of the basic gambits of psychoanalysis is that all behavior which the patient describes as involuntary is interpreted to him by the analyst as voluntary. Involuntary behavior is, say, dreams. And the analyst raises the question, what do you mean by those dreams? Then he switches it. When the patient does certain behavior that the patient interprets as voluntary, the analyst brings it back to him and says, I wonder what compels you to do that. And then the unconscious is brought up, you see, as the source of involuntary behavior. But sometimes in one context the unconscious is interpreted as something that happens to you. But in another context it's interpreted as your own real and secret intent, which you won't admit. This is beautiful, really. It's a very interesting technique. And you don't need to use it. You don't need to believe the Freudian mythology that goes along with it. But as a technique, it is very interesting indeed. So, in the same way, you must now see God the Father in the Christian context as Guru, and Jesus Christ also as Guru, coming on very seriously about thou shalt love and all this business about hell and so on, and challenging you. Now, what is the nature of the challenge? This is the crucial point. The nature of the challenge is the famous double bind. You are required and commanded to perform an act which will be acceptable only if you do it voluntarily. And every stratagem is used to bring this home. And this essential stratagem is the crucifixion. When I was a boy in England, we used to attend the Good Friday services naturally, and at the door, the clergyman would hand each of us a colored picture of Christ on the cross, a very sad, dejected Christ, and written underneath in Gothic script, the verse, "This have I done for thee, what doest thou for me?" And it wasn't simply, they weren't so naive as that they felt that that would make you put a little bit more in the collection. It poses a very vivid problem, you see, because they put it this way to you. You really crucified Christ. There's a whole strain of mysticism in Christianity whereby the events of the gospel are eternal events. The birth of Christ has to become the birth of Christ in man's heart. The crucifixion is something that you did. Were you there when they crucified my Lord? If the crucifixion was a merely historical event, the answer is simply no. But were you there when they crucified my Lord? Obviously, this mystique wants to impress that you were, that indeed you were a party to it. So you see then, you begin to see that the crucified Christ somehow involves and contains all misery inflicted upon the innocent. Are they innocent or not? What are you going to do about it? The more you realize this, the more you realize that you cannot escape responsibility for all the horrors that are going on in the world. After all, You don't live except by eating dead creatures. Even if you're a vegetarian. The soft, luscious vegetables, the lettuce suffers in its own particular way when you crunch it. And so the grapes, when you squeeze them to make your wine, and the wheat grains, when you grind them up to make your bread, they suffer. You bet they suffer. Certainly the pigs and the cows and the sheep do when we slay them for our entree. And so you can't live at all without crucifying something, without sticking nails into it and spikes. And go on to that, what about other people? We are all living by mutual exploitation. Those of us who belong to the middle class in the United States, which is fairly prosperous, are managing collectively, more or less, to exploit each other only minimally. But we are living off heaven only knows what kinds of depressed Indians, Mexicans, Africans, Negroes in this country, and so on and so on, you see? It's exploitation through and through. You cannot get, say, to the top in business without pushing somebody else down. And so you begin to realize this, and you start feeling awfully guilty. And so this is the meaning, this is the idea of the man hanging on the cross. What are you going to do about that? That's the question. And you think, well, oh dear, what can I do about it? Maybe I'd just better abandon everything and become a medical missionary like Albert Schweitzer. Do something heroic. Go down to the South and be crucified by the people in Mississippi because they're helping the Negroes. Well, all right, what about the medical missionary thing? Will you be able to go down and give medicines to those people that don't come from drug firms, which use some pretty questionable practices? Of course, you'll have to stop paying at least that part of your income tax that goes to the armaments race. But then what about sales tax? That indirectly gets there too, doesn't it? Where do you stop? See, then you suddenly, the more you think about these things, you realize you're completely involved. And there is no way out. You are a bastard. You did it. You know that poem of Kenneth Rexroth about the death of Dylan Thomas? You did it. You in your grey flannel suit, etc. So, this is what one comes to see. Now, before we explore that critical point further, let's look at various other considerations. First of all, a lot of people, when they get there, think, oh dear. Well, there is one way I know I can be spiritually secure. To be sure that I hurt. So long as I really enjoy myself, I'm frightfully guilty and obviously sinful. But if I hurt, it isn't quite so bad. At least I'm doing something in the direction of making payment for this frightful affront which my life consists in. Oh, I thank the good Lord for my boils, for my mental and bodily pains, for without them my faith all congeals, and I'm doomed to hell's ne'er-ending pains. You find this in many, many forms. In Christian piety and devotional literature, it's not only the Calvinistic attitude, not only the Puritan attitude, but it's also the Catholic attitude, which is expressed in, let's say, the cult of suffering in Spanish and Mexican Christianity. The idea of the flagellantes, the penitentes, the wearing of a hair shirt, of the frightful rules of convents and the practices to make things uncomfortable. Always make yourself a little bit uncomfortable. You see, that's a very, very important principle of piety. But you see how phony that can be. Because in always congratulate yourself a little bit that you make yourself uncomfortable, you have missed the point. You think you can do something to pay the price. Whereas the hymn says, there was no other good enough to pay the price of sin. He only could unlock the gate of heaven and let us in. Let's look at another aspect of it. Another great feature of Christianity, traditional Christianity, is the Mass. The central act of Christian worship, which somehow begins in the Last Supper. A very curious rite, almost cannibalistic. Salvation through eating the body and drinking the blood of Christ. I wonder if it's occurred to you that blood, the drinking of blood, from a Jewish point of view, is outrageous. Because one of the fundamental rules of Jewish ritual law is that blood is prohibited. When an animal is killed in a kosher way, the blood is, in as far as possible, drained out. Because blood is the life. And it belongs only to God. So in a typical sacrifice, the story of the great sacrifice in which the covenant was originally made between the Hebrews and Yahweh, the blood is poured out on the altar for Yahweh, but sprinkled over the people. Not consumed by them, but sprinkled over them, to show that they have now formed a family with the Lord. But you mustn't eat it. That is absolutely taboo. So a situation where suddenly, to Hebrew people, Jesus says, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. That is almost, in our culture, that would be equivalent to recommending incest. I mean, it would be as shocking as that to them. So then what happens, you see, at this Last Supper? He takes the bread, which is, of course, ground wheat. And the bread is the staff of life. It is, for those cultures, the main ingredient of a meal. Meat and vegetables are a garnishing. Bread is the point, like a tortilla for a Mexican is something you wrap it up, or rice for a Chinese is the staple. But bread for these people. So he says, this is my body. And all of you eat it. And he breaks it and hands it round. Then he takes the cup and says, this is my blood. And you see, even in simile, even in metaphor, this is a terrible thing to say. This is my blood of the new arrangement between God and man, known in Elizabethan English as the New Testament. This is my blood of the new arrangement, which is poured out for you and for many, for the forgiveness of sins. Do this in remembrance of me. Now look at that. This is to say, look, you live by shedding blood. You live by taking life. Please don't feel guilty about it anymore. It's for the remission of sins. Because in all the animals which contribute to your nourishment, it is I who am giving myself to you. So this is in remembrance of me, the me being the self in all of you, the I am who was before Abraham was, or rather the I am who is before Abraham was. I am the way. See, all these sayings contain this subtle meaning underneath them. And in remembrance, as I pointed out to you, the beginning of the creation is dismembering. The fulfillment of it is remembering. Finding out again who you are, ceasing to be lost. So you see, here stands the thing that comes absolutely at you in the whole symbolism of the Christian Mass. Only, the Christians never knew what to do with it. So they said, this is kind of dangerous stuff, this bread and wine. It's God. Once it's consecrated, we put it up the end of the church there. Don't get too close to it. And put it on top of steps. And when the people could have the bread all right, but when they saw in Western Europe all those men coming up to receive the chalices with long drooping mustaches, they said, there will be desecration of it. You know, they'll go out and they'll kiss some girl, and they want to wipe their mustaches, and they'll drool it in the soup, and our Lord can't be submitted to that. So the priest, who was clean-shaven, usually, he could have the chalice. The people could have the bread, but there's a perfect panic in Catholic ritual that no crumb of that bread or no tiny droplet of that wine should get control. They lock what remains of the bread in the tabernacle on the altar, which is a safe. And it's been a safe ever since people started the Black Mass. They went and stole it, and they defiled it, and had a rite for Satan instead. But and they drink every drop of the wine. When the priest finishes the chalice, he takes it in his hands like this, and he puts his fingers together, and his acolyte pours water over, and he rubs so that no fragment of bread shall be left on his fingers. And then he drinks the whole thing. And then it's washed out once again, and he drinks that. See, none of that precious stuff must be defiled. Now, read the latest things that are happening in the Vatican. What they're doing now is they've altered all that. No longer is the Mass to be celebrated at the far east end of the church. It's to come right down to the center. And everybody is to gather round. And in as far as possible, everybody is to join in. In other words, it's not just something that the priest mumbles in a corner by himself. But the responses that are said, everybody's supposed to join. But you see what's happened? The thing has become radial instead of addressed to a throne. The picture is the deity, in other words, the divine point is moving into the center. Where is that? The kingdom of heaven is within you, you see? Instead of being something out there. Now, why is this glimmer occurring? This glimmer occurs because the challenge, this have I done for thee, what doest thou for me? And you know, really, it's a pretty bad scene. You're really guilty. You're really awfully responsible. There's no way you can pay for it. You know, like sometimes people say to their children, well, it's no point you're being sorry about it. It's done. And, of course, I can't forgive you now because you may be sorry today, but we'll have to see how your conduct is over a period of weeks before you'll know whether you really decided to reform. Ooh, can you make a plea first and feel terrible, you see? And this is much worse than that. What are you to do? See, and you can't expiate by doing that medical missionary bit. Or by suicide. There's no way out. And yet, you must love God, and you know you don't. The only reason you attend church is really because you're afraid. I mean, you may like the minister, and there may be a sort of nice atmosphere around, where the hymns are pleasant, and the ritual is rather lovely. But when it really comes down to that confession thing, where you say, for these and all my other sins, which I do not now remember, I am heartily sorry, firmly purpose amendment, do you? You know you don't. You're going to do it again. And that makes you feel all the more guilty. Makes you wonder whether you really are forgiven. So you get to a point of impasse. The point at which you realize there is nothing you can do to get the grace of God. Nothing. Because it's all phony. And incidentally, there's nothing you can not do. You can't be passive either. Because that would be phony also. Activism is wrong and quietism is equally wrong. So you say, what am I to do? You suddenly realize that's the wrong question. The point is, what does it mean that I am at this predicament? What does it mean? What it means is that your conception and sense of yourself as a separate ego is phony. That this self that you have imagined yourself to be is a maya, an illusion, and you found out that it is because you found out that it's impotent. It can't do something. There's really something that has to be done, but you can't do it. Also, you can't help by not doing it. The ego is incapable of either because it is a hoax. It's a very interesting hoax. And it's been worthwhile having this drama. But drama it was. Now you might say, well then that's pretty bad state of affairs, because what you come to realize is a kind of fatalism. You're a Calvinist after all. Here is man then nothing but a puppet. But that won't do, because when you talk about a puppet, you look upon it as something pushed around by somebody else. When you see, for example, the marionette in this little theater, you think of the marionette as being just a dead thing, which is being influenced by the player behind the scenes. All right, what about your fingers? Are they puppets? To whom? Are you your fingers? Are you not your fingers? Surely your fingers are integrally you. They're not parts of you. They are as much you as your head is. It's true you can survive with your fingers or your arm chopped off, but human beings don't ordinarily come that way. Having fingers is as much part of being human as having a head. So they're not puppets. They move by themselves, see? It's one of the most interesting things about human fingers. And yet, they're you, just as we move around by ourselves. And yet, we're something a lot more than that. So there comes then this catastrophic moment when you realize that your ego is reduced to a joke because you're intolerably guilty and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't make amends without creating further trouble. You know how it is when people get into a family argument. Somebody tries to apologize, and that makes everything much worse than it was before. Well, it's this on a cosmic scale. But it's all been brought out, you see, by the Lord, whether he's God the Father or whether he's the image of Jesus Christ, acting as Guru. See the many ways in which it's done. Take the famous Sermon on the Mount, in which Jesus says, be not anxious for your life, what you shall eat, what you shall drink, and what you shall put on. For is not living more than meat, is not the body more than clothes? And then he says, look at the wild birds who do not sow, or they practice no agriculture, they don't gather things into barns, and yet your Father in heaven feeds them. Well, all that, everybody always says, of course, nobody can practice the Sermon on the Mount. No sensible, provident person would dream of following this advice. Then why is it offered? It's saying, you see, you ought to go back to the life of spontaneity, of not making plans for the future, the life of impulse. The implication is, why can't you? Figure that one out. Why can't you be spontaneous? What's stopping you? Why can't you obey this precept? In fact, why can't you obey the precept, thou shalt love? Thou shalt be artificially natural. Thou shalt be purposively unself-conscious. Thou shalt free yourself. Now, what is the real world? Some people have the theory that the real world is material or physical. Other people have the theory that the real world is spiritual or mental. But I want you to point out that both those theories of the world are concepts.
Bao năm qua tôi đi tìm bài toán chứng minh về định lý của tình yêu, giả thiết cho thương nhớ rất nhiều và kết luận tôi yêu người nhiều lắm. Tôi sử dụng cách chứng minh phản chứng ra sự rằng tôi đâu có yêu em, đâu bồi hồi và nhung nhớ từng đêm, đâu bối rối khi nhìn thấy em cười nói, đâu ghen tức và bực mình dữ dội khi thấy đang trò chuyện với người ta, và chẳng băn khoăn như một cậu bé già nghĩ về tương lai, nhớ về quá khứ.
We don't notice it when it's at the top, not in the ordinary way. It's the peaks that count. Take a buzzsaw. What seems important to us is the tips of the teeth. They seem to do the cutting, not the valleys between the teeth.
Bao năm qua tôi đi tìm bài toán chứng minh về định lý của tình yêu, giả thiết cho thương nhớ rất nhiều và kết luận tôi yêu người nhiều lắm. Tôi sử dụng cách chứng minh phản chứng ra sự rằng tôi đâu có yêu em, đâu bồi hồi và nhung nhớ từng đêm, đâu bối rối khi nhìn thấy em cười nói, đâu ghen tức và bực mình dữ dội khi thấy đang trò chuyện với người ta, và chẳng băn khoăn như một cậu bé già nghĩ về tương lai, nhớ về quá khứ.
Because you can only realize light by the contrast of darkness. But if you complain about this and say, oh dear me, it's all running out, that means, you see,
bao năm qua tôi đi tìm bài toán chứng minh về định lý của tình yêu, giả thiết cho thương nhớ rất nhiều và kết luận tôi yêu người nhiều lắm. Tôi sử dụng cách chứng minh phản chứng ra sự rằng tôi đâu có yêu em, đâu bồi hồi và nhung nhớ từng đêm, đâu bối rối khi nhìn thấy em cười nói, đâu ghen tức và bực mình dữ dội khi thấy đang trò chuyện với người ta, và chẳng băn khoăn như một cậu bé già nghĩ về tương lai, nhớ về quá khứ.
But we ignore that. We don't notice the valleys so much as we notice the mountains. Valleys point down, mountains point up. And we prefer things that point up because up is good and down is bad. But seriously, we don't praise the peaks for being high and blame the valleys for being low. But it is so, you see, that we ignore the valley aspect of things. And so all wisdom begins by emphasizing the valley aspect as distinct from the peak aspect. We pay plenty of attention to the peak aspect. That's what captures our attention. But we somehow screen out the valley aspect. But that makes us very uncomfortable. It seems that we want and get pleasure from looking at the peaks, but actually this denies our pleasure, because secretly we know that every peak is followed by a valley, the valley of the shadow of death.
And that's why then you, as a ray which shoots out of the Godhead, will say, are we going to make it? In other words, how long a ray are you going to be? And some people think, well, if I'm only a short ray, it's not really a great success. I want to be a long ray. I want to live till I'm 90, or maybe 100, get longer and longer. See, if you look at some sort of stellar form, object. It adds great interest to it if its rays are of unequal length. If they're all equal, it looks sort of flat and mechanical. But by having all sorts of different lengths, as you find them in some of those gorgeous radiolaria creatures that are minute animalcules of the ocean, there's a certain balance of length, there's a certain average which gives it a globular form, but many different lengths in the stems. Are we going to make it? This is always the question. But then you're not going to make it at a certain point. The ray finishes, and we call that death. And so we resist change, ignorant of the fact that change is life, and that nothing is invariably the obverse face of something. So space, night, death, darkness, not being there, is an essential component of being there. You are actually not the ray so much as the source of the ray. That's where you are really, and the source doesn't vanish. And Lao Tzu says, "Sir, regard the universe. The stars come out invariably every night. The sun rises and sets, the birds flock and migrate without exception. All flowers and trees grow upwards without exception. You, by your talk of charity and duty to one's neighbor, you're just introducing confusion into the empire. Your attempt to eliminate self is a positive manifestation of selfishness. You are like a person beating a drum in search of a fugitive. In other words, try to live in such a way that nothing is either an advantage or a disadvantage." It is the whole universe radiating around you in which you are. And this radiation is also cycling. It's the dance in which you're involved if you'd only realize that the purpose of life is not in the future. And if you think it is, you'll go on and on and on looking for it there and never find it. Because the future in its own way fades out in the same way as the past fades out. You get older and older and older, and if you don't come crash, you just peter out. It wasn't there. And you may feel vaguely cheated about the whole thing. You were given the come on, that there was something coming. There was that thing at the end of the line, the golden goody. But you've been sitting in the middle of the golden goody all the time.
Jim, what do young people worship today? What do they believe? What do they hang on to? What do they hope for?
I can't speak for young people, but probably a guess would be the same things they've always celebrated, just kind of a joy of existence, self-discovery, freedom, that kind of thing.
Well, there's always been a generation gap in every age, but the gap now seems to be much more of a definite cleavage. The young people today seem to feel and think differently. What do you think has brought this about?
The so-called generation gap could be a result of larger numbers of young people. I think it happened after World War II. I think it's something like over half the population of the United States now is under 18 years of age, something like that.
Politically and philosophically, the young people now seem to feel very definite ideas about the establishment, old systems of governing people, and moral attitudes.
Yeah. When I was in high school and college, the kind of protest that's going on now was totally unheard of. At that time, to be a teenager, to be young, was was really nothing. It was kind of a limbo state. And I think it's amazing just in the last 5 years what's happened is young people have become increasingly aware of the power and the influence that they have as a group. It's really amazing.
Does it surprise you that there is so much revolt on the campuses of this country against Washington and its policies?
It really surprises me because, as I said before, when I was growing up and when I was in school, that was totally unheard of. You know, students really had no power. But if you look back in history, it seems to bear out the fact that every revolution has started with students and spread to workers, and I'm not predicting there's going to be a drastic turnover in this country, but all the indications are there.
Life does seem to become more and more involved and complex. You know, we're becoming computerized and dehumanized in that process. That bugs me. I wonder how it bothers you and your generation.
There does seem to be a trend toward a return to a kind of primitive outlook on life, a more tribal attitude, and I think it's a natural reaction to industrialization, but unfortunately it's kind of naive because I think the future is going to become increasingly mechanized, computerized, as you call it, and I don't think there's any turning back. It's just figuring out a way to survive and thrive in that kind of society. I don't think there's any chance of going back. Look at it this way too. The hippie lifestyle is really a middle class phenomena, and it could not exist in any other society except ours, where there's such an incredible surfeit of goods, products, and leisure time. I think that's the reason for it, because the generations immediately preceding ours had world wars and depressions to contend with, and for the last 10 or 15 years in this country, there's time enough and there's money enough to live kind of a flagrant, outrageous lifestyle, which was impossible before.
Jim, there's a line in your book of poems which reads, "The cleavage of men into actor and spectators is the central fact of our time." I think that's undeniable, but I wonder, hasn't it always been that way with society?
I suppose it has, but with mass media, today, it becomes more immediately apparent. I think what I was concerned with in that book was the fact that most people feel completely void and helpless in controlling their own destinies or controlling the destiny of human life. I think it's sad. More people should be involved rather than designating all these powers to a few individuals. I think the average person, whatever that is, should be a part of it somehow. And I think everyone feels that events are just going on without their knowledge or control. I think it's one of the tragedies of our time. I suppose it has always been that way, but now it's just become so obvious, Decisions are made for you in which you have no part of at all. I just lament the fact that so many people are content with living a very quiet, well-mannered, orderly life when so many obvious injustices, I guess, are going on, and they seem to ignore it somehow, or not care at all. Just let it happen without ever becoming involved. I think that's sad.
Jim, relevant to your theory that people should get more involved in life and thus enjoy it more, you have written a line of poetry which reads, "The spectator is a dying animal." Now, isn't that a bit of a contradiction to what you've said previously?
No, it's concerned with that same split between the actor and the audience. To me, there's something incredibly sad about a bunch of human beings sitting down watching something take place. And just when you think about it, I love movies as much as anyone else, but the spectacle of millions and millions of people sitting in movie theaters and in front of television sets every night watching a second or third-hand reproduction of reality going on when the real world is right there in their living room or right outside in the street or down the block somewhere. I think it's a tool to somnambulize or hypnotize people into a kind of waking sleep. But I think the major influence in the next decade or so is going to be the people who are able to assemble masses, huge masses of people into one spot, as we've witnessed in pop festivals in the last 2 or 3 years. I think will be the major influences on mass culture in the next decade. I think the rock music enthusiasts have created probably some of the most exciting music and theatrical events on the planet. I think they're fantastic.
Well, part of generation gap is the difference in what people like in terms of music. Now, this is something that distresses me a little bit. It seems that the young people like all the same kind of thing. Now, I want more out of the young people than just that.
Yeah, well, they're being programmed by their radios. They only play, the major radio stations, rock stations, only play 30 songs over and over and over, 24 hours a day. And it's been proven what you hear the most is what you like the most. So there's really no choice involved. Someone is programming it.
So we are the victims of media.
What everyone should say is the medium is the message, and the message is me. I mean, that's the answer, is for everyone to, you're asking for an answer. The answer is for everyone to stand up and say, I'm me, and be fully aware of that fact and let everyone else know it.
Yeah.
That you are yourself, and express it.
Sir Paul McCartney is considered one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. He's famously regarded as one of the Beatles' primary songwriters. And not only did the Beatles have a profound impact on the sound of the 60s, but their cultural influence was undeniable, from rock pioneers to counterculture enthusiasts. It makes me wonder what Paul's thoughts are when it comes to the meaning of the Beatles.
But what do you think is the lasting meaning of the Beatles, if there's a meaning to be taken from this?
All you need is love. You know, after the 60s, that was kind of looked on as a bit sort of stupid. You know, hey, all you need is love, dude. You know, well, you need more. You know, we need weapons and we need defense or whatever, you know, which is also true. But it's coming back. It keeps rolling back, this idea that what these people on this planet need is love, you know. I always say to people, you know, we could have had a really satanic message. And with the power we had, boy, you know, we could have made quite a difference the other way. But we always chose not to do that. Nobody was remotely interested in that. We had this idea that all you need is love. Dude.
In the end,
I still believe it. I think the idea gets knocked every so often because, you know, it's a violent world and that you do need other things. But I still think that's the message.
That being said, All You Need Is Love seems contradictory to what happened after Michael Jackson bought the rights to their catalog. If you are someone in as bright of a spotlight as Paul McCartney, you may look to the public for approval. Just like Paul's unique view on the commercialization of his songs though, His thoughts on public approval are actually quite the opposite to what you may expect.
The only approval I really look for is my own, because it's the only way to do it. I've tried it every which way, you know, and it really is the only thing that counts. Is if you like it, then you can give it to the world, and at least when the critics say it's a bunch of rubbish, say, well, I like it. And as long as you're convinced you do like it, that's the main thing.
Similarly, the world can see Paul however they like, but Paul's own outlook on himself is the pure version that shapes the core of his being.
You know, the thing is, I am still that little kid that grew up in Liverpool. Okay, I got really famous, but in here, I'm still that little kid. So I'm amazed at like the audience reaction and stuff, and because it's like, I still don't believe it. You know, and the way I think, just like when I'm at home,
yes,
I'm just slobbing out watching television. like anyone. So it's kind of him and me. Me is me, that was always in this body, and the body's just grown up.
Sure, the guy behind the eyeballs.
Yeah. And then him is that famous guy.
Wow.
He's very famous.
Despite Paul's insistence that he is like anyone, many people look up to Paul and the Beatles. But what kind of people do the Beatles look up to? One of them was Maharishi Mahesh, who was the person who introduced them to meditation and the reason for their trip to Rishikesh in 1968.
It was actually George Harrison's wife, Patty, who had heard that Maharishi was coming to town. And she said we should all go. It was one of those things. And I was personally not in a good place. I think, you know, just overdoing it in the 60s. So I was just not very sort of centered. And I was looking for something. I think we all were. So we heard that Maharishi was going to have a meeting and give a lecture. And we all went along to listen. It was very interesting. It was very calming. And it seemed like something that was worth trying. He put it very well. He made it seem simple. He made it seem very attractive. And so I think we were all just sold. So what happened then, we went to Bangor in Wales, and we attended a little seminar there. And then eventually we went out to Rishikesh with him, which was more sustained. It was great. It was very straightforward, very simple. Wake up, you would then go for breakfast in the morning, a light breakfast. You just socialize a bit with the other members and just get to know each other. And then you would go back for your morning meditation. You go back to your room. We had little chalets kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Each of us had little rooms, which were very simple but adequate. And you would just sit and you would meditate. Then there was lunch, and you'd socialize and chat and stuff. And then you'd meditate in the afternoons. Sometimes Maharishi would have a meeting every so often with you. And you could talk to him about your experiences, and he would help, guide you. And then in the evening, there was a kind of question and answer session, which was slightly more formal. That was in a hall. And we would all just be in there, all the students. And Maharishi would come on and talk, and then he would take questions. He would just listen about people's experiences, and that was the sort of thing that happened each day. But yeah, there were some very blissful moments. I remember one in particular when I'd been meditating for a little while, and I got to a really good place, and I remember the feeling was that I was a feather. I felt like I actually was a feather floating over a hot air pipe. And it was a very nice feeling. And I remember that vividly. And I reported that to Maharishi, and he giggled, "Yes, this is good."
Meditation is something that comes from nothing, much like writing a song. Here, Paul explains his take on writing music.
Yeah, if you think, oh, I'll write a song, which, you know, if I've got some time and I'm just sitting around, I'm fed up with watching telly, I think I could do. So I get my guitar, and I'm very conscious of the fact there's nothing there. I haven't got any idea what I'm going to do. It's a black hole. But then I start picking away and get a little bit of an idea, go, oh, that's nice. And you follow that trail. And at the end of maybe 2 or 3 hours, you've suddenly got this thing, you've got this song. So now instead of a black hole, you can now go and play this thing to people. You know, present this little discovery. Look what I just done. And it's a great thing to be able to do. It's kind of magical.
And at 80 years old, he's still writing songs today. To most people, this may seem like an abundance of hard work, although Paul has a completely different outlook.
Yeah, I say to people when they say you work hard, I say, well, we don't work music, we play it. And even though it might sound a bit glib, it is true. To me, it would be a hobby if I didn't do it professionally. It's just something I love. It's because you're creating this thing out of a black hole, and it's very satisfying. So I love to do that. So I just keep on and on. I mean, I've always got a song on the go. I've got a few on the go at the moment, you know, just because I like the whole puzzle of let's try and make this song work. Is it interesting enough? Does it say it in a good enough way? Maybe I should change that line. But it's an ongoing, interesting thing for me. And then when you feel you've got it right, it's okay, that'll do. And it's very satisfying. I can't see myself ever stopping. So yeah, there's a lot of work or a lot of play.
Best advice you've ever received?
Be yourself.
Superpower you'd like to have?
The ability to love without judgment at all times.
All I can do is prepare my craft to be diligent and focused enough for when I connect and when a wave of divinity flows through me, that I have the muscles, the craft to express it and to articulate it into some kind of something.
Michael Peter Baltzary, better known as Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, is regarded as one of the greatest bass players of all time. As a founding member of the band, Flea was instrumental to its formation and success. In the 10th grade, Flea met Anthony Kiedis, who he later formed the Red Hot Chili Peppers with. Their friendship continues to last now and is decorated with many successes and accomplishments. 6 Grammy Awards, 16 nominations, an induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But let's take it back to Flea's initial encounter with Kiedis, the bond that sparked it all.
I met him when I was 15. We both just started the 10th grade at Fairfax High School in Hollywood, and we were like almost immediately like in love and at war. You know what I mean? It's like this.
Has it stayed that way ever since?
And it's stayed that way ever since. And the thing that I try to express about our relationship, you know, and I write about my childhood, and he's a huge part of my childhood and became my family. I mean, we were inseparable for many years, like especially when we were young. It was like every single day we were together. From the thing that I try to express about it in my book is that from the very beginning, I remember my mom, you know, rest in peace, who told me a few years before she died, she said, you know, I remember when you came home, you were 15. And it's hard because I get, she said to me, she's like, Michael, you came home and you were all lit up, and you said, Mom, I finally found someone I can talk to. And I really did, you know, and you know, like any really close brotherly relationship, it's, you know, we go at each other too, but I found someone I could communicate with in a way, and in a profound way that I hadn't had before. I knew that it was big, and I felt forces beyond me, like bringing us together. I had no idea about a professional life or anything like that, and sometimes I often feel that, like, you know, the longevity of our band and everything, it's not, you know, I know our band's been successful and all that, but it's not so much the band itself that does it, and all the professional obligations and stuff, and, you know, our desire to try to continue to be an evolving artistic entity, but like our band is a vehicle. It's like the universe has decided, well, here's this thing that'll keep them together, so just do that.
Anthony Kiedis wasn't Flea's only friend that he accomplished amazing things with. In 2001, Flea founded the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music with Keith Tree Berry, a former touring member.
The Silver Lake Conservatory of Music is a non-profit music school. I started...
Based on Silver Lake?
Yeah, it's in Silver Lake, right on Sunset and Sanborn. I started it 13 years ago. We have 700 music students in there. We teach all the orchestral instruments, all the band instruments. And, when I was a kid, I was kind of a rough kid. I was on the street, I was getting in trouble, I was doing petty crimes, I was on drugs. The one thing that really kind of kept me focused was the music programs in the public schools that I went to. It gave me a sense of self, it gave me a discipline, it gave me something to work on. And, after I graduated high school in 1980, Reaganomics, they passed Proposition 13, and it really cut out the arts funding in Los Angeles public schools. Terrible, and it's never recovered from it. And I went back about 15 years ago to Fairfax High School to talk to the music students there about a career in music. And I was just shocked when I walked in there. They had no instruments, they had no orchestra, they had a volunteer teacher, a boombox, they listened to music and talk about it. When I was there, I played in a big orchestra, I could play any instrument I wanted, it was incredible. So I really vowed to myself to do something to try to fill the void in music education. Because I know there are a lot of kids like me that it would change their lives. It's just been an absolutely transcendently incredible experience having this school, Larry. It's been seeing these kids, so many of these kids, it means so much to them. And seeing especially the ones that are really earnest and really care about it, it's just great to see them blossom and grow.
Other people in the band work at the school?
No, we do, some have, like we do performances for the kids and fundraisers and stuff. It's just been just a little bit about the school. The school is not about being famous, it's not about being an entertainer, it's a really academic school. It's a process-based thing. It's not even about music education as a means to an end. It's just about the educational process itself and teaching kids to, enrich their lives with music.
Why, whenever they make budget cuts in education, arts go first?
I don't know. It's terrible. For us, we think about it as, the 3 A's instead of the 3 R's, and arts, academics, and athletics all being of equal importance, and they should all be given equal attention in school.
And he's continued to hold arts and athletics near and dear to his heart. Given his amazing stage presence, it's no surprise he uses these tools to connect mind, spirit, and body, allowing him to remain in the present moment.
When I'm in a healthy creative space, when I'm truly able to get gone in my creativity, whether the work that I'm doing is of a high quality or not, I become present. And when I'm present, I'm able to be there for other people. Music and all forms of art as well. And for me, athletics as well, like motion, anything that makes you completely present in the fucking moment and alive with all of, mind, spirit, and body, everything there is, for me, it's always been a search for that. That's why even when I had no idea what it was, even doing drugs, that was the bliss that I was searching for, was to be present. And it wasn't until I got older and stopped doing drugs and, went through traumas that made me confront my childhood trauma that let me know that that's what I was searching for. I just didn't have to fucking shoot heroin in order to achieve it. There were other ways.
As mentioned, Flea has had his battles with drug addiction. This resurfaced when, after years of hard work, the Chili Peppers finally bursted into stardom. The stark change of lifestyle took an intense toll on Flea's mental health. It took a well-respected friend's words of wisdom to get him through the hardest times of his life.
I was about 30 years old in 1991, 92, 29 years old, just turning 30. And I became incredibly ill. And also, my band had just become this, we had gone from years of, sleeping on people's floors, touring in vans, doing all that. And all of a sudden, everything we wanted came. All the money, all the validation, all the "you're so great." And I became so sick, and it wouldn't go away. And for 2 years, I lost it. My immune system fell apart. Everything that I thought made me great. I could rock out all night, I could take drugs, play basketball all day, be the funniest guy, be the drunk guy, be the high guy, be the this guy. and I had nothing. And everything that I thought was me was gone, and it was completely traumatic. And it was like the universe forcing me to sit still and to deal with myself. Everything fell apart. I stopped. I canceled everything. I went home. And I was like in tears all the time. I was depressed. I was miserable. And I was like that for about over a year. I started like going to doctors and trying this and meditating and, you know what I mean? Like, help, Mr. Wizard, you know? And I knew I can't do drugs anymore. I can't. I stopped everything. But it wasn't until, and there's someone, like a woman I really respected, told me, she was like, how you doing? I said, I'm just fucking miserable. I'm so sad every day. And she said, well, Flea, until you get on your knees and be grateful for exactly where you are, it's not going to change. And that's what I did. Devastatingly humbling, you know. But it literally, it's like at that moment, everything shifted in my life. It was a watershed moment.
Since then, he's exploded back into the music scene, creating numerous musical masterpieces. From Give It Away to Under the Bridge, there's something we can all enjoy. Flea is so talented and well-practiced that his playing often seems effortless. Even so, he speaks of creative frustrations that he still struggles with in the present day.
In every creative endeavor I do, in a state of fear, in a state of not being good enough, in a state of yearning and reaching for trying to fulfill the feeling of what I want, of what I want to connect with. You know, I mean, I have my moments. I have my moments when I'm gone, like when I'm playing live and I'm absolutely gone. And I know that where was that hour? Well, I was just a channel, you know. You know, you hear like great actors talk about acting. They're always looking to get lost, to get in the moment, to be gone, to let their true self out, even when they're being someone else. I have moments of, like, I get anxiety a lot when recording because I'm always looking, I'm yearning so much to get in this, like, lost and beyond thought and gone and just feeling like I'm just, light is coming through me, you know? And when I can't get there, and I know I'm sitting here thinking about, well, maybe my wife would dance if I played this, so this has got to be good because her and all her girlfriends would dance. But even then, I'm mad at myself because I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And like, even if it was a moment of levity and I actually kind of got into a good rhythm for a minute, I'm like, fuck, I'm thinking. And then I start having a panic attack because I'm not supposed to be thinking, I'm supposed to be gone. So I have that struggle. But Rick gave me an analogy once, Rick Rubin, about similar to ditch digging. He's like, it's like, Flea, you're going fishing. You know, you can't get the magic groove every time. You cast your thing, you're diligent, you stay there, you're always fishing. And sometimes you catch, you know, the magic behemoth, you know, Beowulf, who rears his head from the depth and, you know, everything happens. And sometimes you sit there and get a sunburn, you know. And that was kind of a similar analogy for me.
And I think it's safe to say, when he is able to clear his mind of thought, there truly is something magical expressed. But what does Flea want his audience to take away from this expression?
All I want the work to be a vehicle for connection, to bring people together, to create love and create empathy. And for people to just trip out and get lost and have joy and to identify it. Well, let me simplify this. I want any art I make to serve the purpose of making people feel less alone. That's the whole thing.
Ringo Starr is one of the last remaining members from the iconic rock group, the Beatles. He made an obvious impact on the music scene throughout his life, but his sense of spirituality is also no secret. Many people often contemplate the question, what is God? It's looked at as one of the most complicated questions one could answer in life, although Ringo is able to explain it in the most simple and profound way possible. Although that's just my opinion. Hear it in Ringo's words, and decide if his definition is true to you.
I'm going to ask you a very simple question, Ringo. What is God? God to me, my God in my life, God is love. Pure love. Love is an incredible power. You know, if you give out love, the reaction to it is so great, even to like crazy violent people. If you give out love, they stop for a minute because everybody notices love when it's coming your way. You know, and you feel incredible when you give love back. I feel that, you know, as you go through life, you know, you make certain moves, and it's very hard, these moves, and you don't feel good about it. But if you're doing something with love, all of this behind you, all over the world, will support you. So that's how it is. That's how the world works. It's all the one God. The books I've read, it all says good and love. Vietnamese monk, whose name I can never pronounce, but he's saying that, you know, just in your daily life, to be doing things. And he says, you know, like when you get to the traffic light, it's no good getting crazy. Just love the red light, and then when it changes, drive on. And he says, and when you're angry, it's no good being angry at yourself, because then you're twice as angry. You know, I like to keep that in my life also.
It's convoluted because there are a lot of religions that believe that their God is greater. Or a lot of people.
Yes, but that's people. This is not God. This is the, you know, what the religion says. And the people who, you know, are in that religion. You know, I am not religious. I'm trying my best on a daily basis to have a spiritual life. But I think, you know, everybody wants their religion to be, you know, universe-wide. And they're not. Like all the natives of long ago, most of them we wiped out in the name of religion, you know, let live. You know, the American Indians couldn't understand the concept of buying land. What do you mean you want the land? It's for all of us, you know? And the world is for all of us. We are one. Now, I feel I had spiritual moments as a young kid. And, you know, I feel I had spiritual moments as a teenager, just seconds. There's things I remember of this emotion. And, you know, as you know, we went to India and Maharishi, and we tried that, and we looked at that. You know, and since then, you know, we're just like looking and searching and hoping and crying and laughing. You know, I heard one guy say, Carl Jung, he was so great. He was asked, do you still believe in God? And he said, no. He says, I know.
I don't need to believe. I know.
He's the only one I ever knew who said, I know. How great is that? You know, people are frightened of the word God. You know what I mean? They don't, oh, God. I mean, well, you can't like just say God. Well, you can. You know, someone asked me once, well, what is your concept? And I went to go off into these 60s madness of energy and things like that. And I thought, oh, my God. Oh, my God. I thought, no, God is love. Keep it simple.
What do you think happens when you die?
Personally, I believe I go somewhere.
So you believe that your spirit is separate from your body?
I do.
Do you believe
and
that
the spirit does not cause the madness, you know, and it's not the power-hungry situation that a lot of humans go into. That's the human condition. God is love. Love is love. You know, and the more we put love in our life, that's all I ever want to say. There's more love on the planet.
Although many people left the peace and love message in the 60s, Ringo held on to it strong. It's become his motto in life, and he spreads the message of peace and love any chance he gets.
Peace and love.
Some people who first ran into the peace and love message in the 1960s gave up on it. How did you hold on to the peace and the love, Ringo?
It just became natural for greeting, peace and love, brother. You know, it was embedded in the 60s, of course. I didn't invent it. And I love the 60s. I mean, what a change went on in everybody's life, thanks to Timothy Leary, of course. But I don't know, it just then I was on tour. You know, I hadn't been out live for years. And it just became like, hey, peace and love, everybody. And it just sort of went from there. Then we have my birthday, special, you know, 7th of July, and we have a peace and love moment at noon. And so I just use it any way I can because I truly believe in peace and love.
In 1968, the Beatles traveled to India to take part in a transcendental meditation course with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. A quote from Ringo that sticks out to me is, "At the end of the day, I can end up just totally wacky because I've made mountains out of molehills. With meditation, I can keep them as molehills."
Over 40 years ago, we ended up in Rishikesh, and that's where we met. Well, it wasn't where we met, it's where we hung out with Maharishi. We'd met him a few months before in Wales. And since then, sometimes a lot and sometimes a little, I have meditated. And, it's a gift he gave me. Was my mantra, that's something I could use and something no one could take away. So it's one of the few things I was ever given that means that much to me.
Having someone as accomplished as Ringo, it's strange to think of who his role models would be. Although it seems clear to me that he looks up to Maharishi. It's no surprise that he's a supporter of the David Lynch Foundation and its efforts to fund the teaching of meditation in schools.
When I first met him, I was in a room because it was in a university, so we're like in dorm, in a dormitory, we're all living. And it's one of those mind-altering moments of your life, because the man was so full of joy, and happiness, and it just blew me away. On my best day, I never felt like he looked. It was so far out. I just thought, I want some of that. You know what I mean? I was the best thing that could happen.
Where were you before that? What were you?
Well, I never meditated in my life.
But even just your head, No,
my head was a bit, in those last sort of 67, mainly 67 was a bit confused. A lot of things were going on. And anyway, he was one of the people who helped me out of that. Just, not that he said, "Here, I'm helping you out." He was helping everybody, but he seriously helped me. Well, the sense of David in his work is brilliant. I mean, he's doing a lot more than I am, and you, and, the foundation. I mean, that's what it's working for. The big one for me, of course, is the bringing meditation into schools. And, and he was telling me that, they know from the heads of schools that the violence has gone down. How far out is that?
Particularly when kids are taking guns into school.
I know. Well, it's in hard schools it mainly goes in. That is incredible. You have to support him for that.
I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way in the place I love. Making music with my band. The most sacred thing that I have going is creating sound with my best friends.
I just have to gently suggest that you make the most out of your life and treat every single person that you meet with love and respect.
I don't care what class you come from, what race you come from, what gender you come from. People are people. You're going to be assholes and you're going to be amazing people.
Anthony Kiedis of the Red Hot Chili Peppers was born November 1st, 1962. Since then, the band has sold countless records, been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Despite the profound impact Kiedis has had on the world, he believes kindness is the #1 way to make the world a better place.
What's one thing that you believe would make the world a better place?
Just one thing. My honest answer would be kindness. My sort of self-centered answer would be music. And my super-centric answer would be air that you can breathe. Having just come from Cairo, where the simple, taken for granted act of breath is not an option. Let's go with kindness. I feel like when you get to the metaphorical gates of Peter, really all they're going to ask you is, were you kind? And I don't know, maybe the whole point of this little tiny blink of an eye that we're here is just to decrease the suffering through kindness and other thoughtful acts. It could be painting, it could be caregiving, it could be just smiling. That's all.
Anthony was recently a guest on the Joe Rogan Experience. The conversation was one of my favorites, and I think we can all learn from Anthony's simple yet profound philosophy on life.
Sometimes I'm shy and bashful and reclusive, and I just want to chill. And people want to take pictures or have me talk to their girlfriend on the phone. Or, Small price. This brings me to my new philosophy in life, which I remind myself every day. So 2 months ago, we were playing at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. Big, beautiful stadium full of people excited to sing and dance. And these two painter sisters from Texas, raised in Manhattan, brought their friend to the show. We're like, great, come and we'll hook you up with tickets and passes. Come say hello. Beautiful people. And the girl they brought was radiant in every aspect of the word. Physically beautiful, energy, kindness, just light. And all of my friends are like, who's that girl? That girl's amazing. Just a friend of our painter friends. And a week went by, and I opened the paper, and I saw this girl had died unexpectedly. 33-year-old actor, model, artist. Wow. And she woke up and died. And they're not sure why. Maybe sepsis. Who knows? Young people are dying these days. And I thought to myself, I woke up today and I complained about how long my room service took, how muggy it was outside, and the traffic. And I decided this girl was just a giver of a human being, and she got plucked. So I said to myself, don't be a bitch. Nothing to do with gender or animals, just bitchliness, selfishness, self-obsessed, self-centered, whiny.
Weakness.
Yeah. And what do I have to complain about?
Right.
Let's look around the world.
Yeah.
Syria, Yemen, Ukraine.
Right.
On and on.
Yeah.
So every time I go there, which is daily, I wake up and I'm like, where's my thing? And how come these people aren't doing what I want them to do? The voice comes into my head, don't be a bitch.
Right.
So that's my new live by philosophy.
Do you meditate at all?
I do meditate at all. Not enough, but I do, and I love it, and it's my go-to.
Yeah.
And I believe in it. Rick Rubin actually shared the art of meditation with me when I was a kid, younger. Early 90s. He brought the TM Institute into his living room and offered the whole band an opportunity to learn. And I did it religiously for a while, and then I put it down. But now whenever I feel like the monkey mind, in a car, in a plane, in a train, in my bathtub, in a tiny little kid's chair somewhere on the back porch, I'll take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and it's profound. We went to a Native American reservation last Wednesday, to play a show. And about 9 months ago, we were putting out all this music, and Flea had been to a powwow. And he's like, the dancing blew me away. They're so dedicated. They're so beautiful, so artful. It's like, we got to get to a reservation and play music. I was like, great idea. Let's do it. So it finally came to pass last Wednesday. And somehow we chose the Hoopa tribe in Northern California, in Hoopa Valley, California. And we arrive, and it's a school gymnasium, and it's a free concert. And all of our equipment is there. And it's just cool people. They're very poor and very isolated, and we just wanted to go rock out for them. But the first thing they did was give us all this cool stuff that they made, which is Native American gear, and they wanted us to wear it. They're not worried about appropriation. We could sing songs all day long about our take, like my band, on their experience. They love it. If we get it right, if we get it wrong, they just love that we care. And it was the best show of the year for us because nobody paid. It was kids in a school gymnasium in the middle of nowhere. Surreal. They didn't believe we were coming. They're like, we don't believe it. Why? Why us? Like, we chose you. Let's just have fun.
That's amazing.
But they definitely defied the concept of appropriation, like right off the bat. Here's our stuff. Please wear it. We love the culture. We love it. And, you know, people are people. I don't care what class you come from, what race you come from, what gender you come from. People are people. You're going to be assholes and you're going to be amazing people. Just people are people.
Listening to the Chili Peppers, there is a vivid sense of nature passing through their music. It's no surprise to me that Anthony is a frequent surfer and has a deep connection with the ocean.
The ocean is so full of life and peace and nature and excitement. That's my tank these days.
Yeah, you were telling me about your love of surfing the other day. You love it, huh?
I do, because it gives me that feeling, that freedom, and there's an energy. That's what I want to do till the day I die.
Wow.
Just go sit out there waiting for a wave. If you think about the storms 3,000 miles away raging in the ocean, sending that wave of energy through the water, when it finally releases, when it hits the shallows, it's a rush, it's a drug, it's a high, it's a natural high where you're next to whales and dolphins and pelicans and eels and anemones, and just looking back at the coast with a different point of view. No phone, no technology whatsoever, just water and a board.
There's also a thing about being next to the ocean that's very humbling. I think it's very good for people to be just confronted by inescapable beauty and power of nature. And that's what oceans do.
I need that. I need to be humbled daily.
It's good for everybody. The mountains do the same thing.
They do.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You know what the root of that word is?
Which word? Humble?
Humble.
No.
To be close to the ground. To be low to the ground.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Feels right.
If you know the Chili Peppers, you know their hit song Under the Bridge. Not only is it a musical masterpiece, but it's evident that the song was crafted from a place of raw emotion and truth.
The hardest of the hard, the gangsters of LA. I'll be riding down the Sunset Boulevard, and I'll hear Under the Bridge coming out of a lowrider, and it is the toughest, scariest, most, loked out looking dudes just melting with Under the Bridge. I'm like, okay, that was a day well spent, writing that song.
The song on a new record called Under the Bridge, which is a ballad, if you will. And that song came about because during the course of my life, I was what you might call a hardcore junkie for many years. And during that point in my life, it was a very sad time, and everything that was beautiful and precious and sacred to me sort of took a back seat as my need for this chemical dependency just got more and more disgusting and insane. And unfortunately, I've been clean for 3 years now, and my life took some massive changes, and everything that was sacred and beautiful that I had lost has now come back to me more than I could have ever hoped for. But during that time, I reached some ultimately low depths of incomprehensible demoralization, which are very much in my memory. And part of that incomprehensible demoralization is loneliness. And that's something that I think every drug addict can relate to, is there's this incredible deep sense of loneliness, of emptiness that you're trying to fill up with whatever it is you find. And in my case, it was drugs. So sometimes I get these bursts of loneliness that kind of remind me of that point in my life. And one day I was driving back from a rehearsal for this last record that we were writing, and I got one of those bursts of loneliness, and I didn't really feel like there was a single soul in the universe that I could connect with. You know, on a gut level, on a heart level, on a spiritual level, on a level of love. I just felt like I was all by myself. So I started singing to myself on the freeway, on the Hollywood freeway, coming back from rehearsal. And without thinking about anything, an entire song came into my head. And when I got home, I wrote it down. And the crux of the song is based on loneliness. And there's this one little lyrical phrase that comes in at the very end of the song, which says, "Under the bridge downtown is where I drew some blood. Under the bridge downtown, forgot about my love. Under the bridge downtown, I could not get enough. Under the bridge downtown, I gave my life away." And what that was referring to was a point in time about 5 years ago when I had nothing in my life. I had no friends or places to live or automobiles or relationships with my family. And all I had was this connection of mine named Mario, who was a Mexican mafia ex-convict, and he and I would stroll the streets of downtown looking for our next score. And on one particular afternoon, it was very hot in the middle of summer, and I'd been up for days, and he and I found what we were looking for, and we went to this bridge that was downtown in the middle of Los Angeles in this ghetto, and it was a freeway bridge. And there was a little passageway that you had to go to get under the bridge, and only certain members of this Mexican gang, which were all ex-convicts, were allowed to go in there. And the reason that they let me in is because this guy Mario said that I was going out with his sister, which was a lie, just so we could go in there and do what it is we wanted to do, which was to use these particular drugs we had just got. And that always sticks in my brain as you know, a low point in my life, basically, you know, about as low as I could get. And the chorus of the song is, I don't ever want to feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. The place I love is where I am now. Making music with my band, which is, to me, you know, the most sacred thing that I have going is creating sound with my best friends.
People always say I'm the Beatle who changed the most, but really that's what I see life is about.
That the planet is in the control of mad people.
The soul is in this body for a period of time, and then it leaves the body. It's like, in a way, the body is like a suit.
George Harrison is a man who needs no introduction. He passed away November 29th, 2001 at the age of 58. He left behind one of the biggest musical legacies of all time, but also an abundance of philosophical and spiritual knowledge. His intellect on worldviews only grows in relevance as time goes on.
You know, I'm unhappy about the world being concreted over and all the forests chopped down and the air polluted, and the fact that the planet is in the control of mad people. You know, people who are crazy, people who are greedy, all these people who are selling the rainforest and, you know, any forests, just selling it because they make some money. Without, you know, I'm very unhappy about that, but I have a long-term view, which is all things must pass. I mean, before it used to be maybe they're going to blow us up with H-bombs, but even that, I thought, it don't really matter. They can't destroy what's within ourselves. Krishna said, there's no time when we didn't exist, and there'll be no time when we cease to exist. The only thing that changes is the body. So even if they blew us up with H-bombs, our soul will stay in our other astral body, and the only thing that won't be here is physical. So, you know, I'm sad about it, the world, but I look at it from within and without.
In 1968, George traveled to northern India alongside the Beatles, where they took part in transcendental meditation training with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. This is a technique George kept with him for many years to come. Although George learned more than just meditation in India, this trip also helped craft his views on religion and spirituality.
I happened to get into meditation through music, really, Indian music. And I went to India to learn a bit of Indian music, and inside I always had a desire to know about yogis. And I can't explain that one. It's just something that's been in me from some time in the past. And I wanted to know about that. So I had the opportunity to find out about it in India. And consequently, that led into meditation, because really the only reason to be living is to have complete, full knowledge, full bliss consciousness. Everything else is just mundane and secondary. I wanted to know some method of enlarging my own consciousness, and that's meditation. It's been there millions of years, and knock on the door will be opened. The thing that really got me interested was, after being brought up as a Catholic until I was about 13, I couldn't take it any longer because it was just full of hypocrisy. The teachings of an Indian called Vivekananda, which really impressed me. He said, if there's a God, we must see him. If there's a soul, we must perceive it. Otherwise, it's better not to believe. It's better to be an outspoken atheist than a hypocrite.
And this, for me, going to India and hearing somebody saying, no, you can't believe anything until you have direct perception of it. And I thought, wow, fantastic, at last, find somebody who makes some sense. And so I wanted to go deeper and deeper into that.
The whole basis of religion is to have the experience, have that perception. So there's these methods for God perception, self-realization, which is yoga and meditation, and the process you have to get from a spiritual master, somebody who's an authority on this sort of thing. And the technique we did with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was a form of silent meditation, which, you can transcend. The purpose is to transcend from this relative state of consciousness to an absolute state of consciousness. People think this is me, and this isn't me, it's just a bag of bones. Basically, everybody is spirit, which is really what Christ was here to tell everybody about. The kingdom of heaven that lies within, which is the state of being, pure consciousness. So, through many years of pollution of consciousness through material energy and this association, then we've all ended up in a fallen state. But really, everybody is basically potentially divine. So yoga, all these methods are really ancient methods just to further pollution of your system and consciousness, and to cleanse the system. The whole thing, the purity that they talk about in religion, is really a mental, physical and spiritual purity, which is obtained through discipline and through practice. So the meditation we did with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was to sit silently and to transcend through the sense of sound. Like you can transcend with hearing or with touch or taste or vision. Like I think some Buddhists meditate by concentrating on an object, like either a garden, Japanese gardens, on candles, looking into the flame, and they transcend that way. But this method was to transcend through sound. So you're given a mantra. The mantra brings all your body to rest. It calms everything down, and it brings sort of harmony and union just to all your senses. And this way, your thoughts become fine and fine and fine until you can arrive at a point which is transcendental, which means beyond. It's beyond the senses, beyond intellect. People always say, I'm the beetle who changed the most, but really that's what I see life is about. Unless you're God conscious, then you have to change, because it's a waste of time. Everybody is so limited and so really useless when you think about the limitations on yourself. And the whole thing is to change, try and make everything better and better. And that's what the physical world is about, it's change. Change that happens through meditation. I mean, it's a gradual sort of thing. But the more you realize with anything, with just growing older, the more you realize it helps you in some way. With meditation, you're able to understand that there is this unity lying beneath everything. There's something there within every atom that holds it all together, and that in actual fact it really is one. But on an intellectual level, to say it is we are one, then, I mean, again, you miss the point. It's an experience. You have to really have that perception. Maharishi said, for a forest to be green, each tree must be green. So if you stand back and criticize the rest of the people, it's again, Christ said, put your own house in order. Automatically, if I'm to criticize somebody else, I suddenly come back to myself and realize until I'm straight, then I'm in no position to be able to criticize others. Any time of the day, any situation you're in, you can get control of yourself just by sitting quietly and by turning off from the external problems you have. Noise and all this society, that you can go inside yourself where it's always calm and peaceful. On this level of consciousness, it's like the ocean, which is always changing, and the bottom of the ocean is always calm and still. And if you're not anchored to the bottom of the ocean, you're at the mercy of whatever change goes on. So that you can still act out your life on the surface, but you remain anchored securely.
When asked about astral projection, he relates back to experiences he had during meditation. His views on astral projection and death also seem to carry similar traits.
A strange experience when I was in Rishikesh. I went on a meditation course where the object was to meditate deeper and deeper and deeper for longer periods of time, to plug into the divine energy and to raise your state of consciousness and tune in to the subtler states of consciousness, and all those things like walking on the water and dematerializing your body at will are just sort of things that happen along the way. So it's hard to actually explain it, but it was just a feeling of just the consciousness traveling. I don't know where to, and it wasn't up, down, left or right. No body there, but at the same time you don't feel as though you're missing anything. You know, the consciousness is complete. How I see it is that the soul is in this body for a period of time, and then it leaves the body. It's like, in a way, the body is like a suit that you put on.
Do you have any idea where it goes?
Christ said in the Bible about the 3 cages for the bird of paradise, which is the soul being the bird of paradise, and the 3 cages being the 3 bodies that house the soul. And there's they call it the causal body, and then around that's the astral body, and then there's the gross physical body. So death is really when the physical body falls off, but the soul's still in 2 other bodies, so it's then on the astral level.
Do you think life is predictable?
In some respects it is, although we do have control over our actions right at this moment. I think what we are now is the result of our past actions. What we're going to be is going to be the result of our present actions. As again they said in the Bible, that God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. That means the law of karma, action, reaction. So we can, there's certain things that maybe there's no way out, like there's no way I wasn't going to be in the Beatles, even though I didn't know it. In retrospect, I can see it was a setup. But at the same time, I do have control over my actions, and I can, do good actions or bad actions, or like I said, I could try being a pop star forever and going on TV and do concerts and be a celebrity, or I can be a gardener.